Hello, everybody, and
Hello,
welcome back to
everyone,
day 3
and welcome
here of the
back.
Shurima Cup.
Day 3 of the Shurima Cup. Are y'all excited?
Very excited, very excited. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, happy TFT Cup to you. Hope you guys are all having a great weekend. Hope your Sundays are going well. And yeah, looking forward to a fantastic day here, in the TFT Pro Circuit. How are you? What are you most excited for, Robin? What are you looking forward to? Uh-oh. Hello. Well, we're going to figure out what's going on here, but let's go here to the standings. So, just to mention what's going on here, we've got 8 folks who are basically qualified for the final lobby today here at the Shurima Cup. We got JD Zielinski, who is doing fantastic, qualified quite early, was basically living free, and then Michael, Pokygom, Me First Wraith, Wajan Iverson, Chinnington, K3 Soju, and Quintanilla. Some very familiar faces in K3 Soju Wajan, who folks know a lot, but also some newer faces. I think Me First Wraith has been really storming the scene recently with good performances in both the previous set and this set, as well as Pokygom also performing well in these last 2 sets. And so it's cool to see sort of a mix of newer players, older players. I think Pocky has been around for a long time, but very exciting. So important note, it is checkmate format. And what does that mean? Checkmate format means that we are going to be basically folks have to reach 20 points first to be in check. Once they've hit the check mark, get it, they will then need to place first in a game to win the tournament. So as soon as you've got 20 points, you can be in check and have a chance to win the tournament by winning your next game or whatever game later. So other players will try their best to stop that from happening and keep trying to get themselves up to 20 points as well. So that's the way the format works. It is basically just we're going to keep playing until we have a winner who is in check. And because of that, everyone's got 0 points to start off the day. It's going to be, you know, just standard TFT for the first couple of games, and then expect to start seeing some changes in how these folks are playing because they have to start stopping those folks who are in check. As for the top comps that are happening in this competition, it has been the story of Bilgewater, right? It's funny that it's been called the Shurima Cup, but it's really the Bilgewater Cup with so many folks playing around that Bilgewater comp, including a lot of great games yesterday from JD, who really honestly got off to a great start with the strong play towards Bilgewater, but also a lot of Demacia boards as well. Some of the smaller boards we've seen, not as often, but you might see, some folks are still playing that Yunara with either Ionia or just Yunara Flex. There's a decent chunk of Shadow Isles players as well. Some Singed and Seraphine and Echo reroll, also because Zon got buffed. And of course, who can forget the win-out comp of the patch, Ziggs. Ziggs 2 has been nuking boards all weekend long. It's going to be interesting to see how those lines play out, especially for folks who are going for extreme econ openers in these final lobbies today here in the top 8. Cannot wait to see what happens here at the Shurima Cup TPC. Hope things are going to be fun and exciting for everyone here. I hope you guys are excited for a fun time.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see what goes down today. Tell me, what is it you're sort of looking for today? Honestly, obviously, we're at the final 8 now. What is it you're sort of expecting from this?
Yeah, I'm looking very much forward to, you know, just seeing kind of the craziest ideas that folks can pull out. We saw yesterday, for instance, a very interesting Ixtal game from Wajan Iverson that I thought was a really good bet to try to go first in a position where, you know, he needed a lot of points. There could be some unusual lines that pros go for that maybe there's some hidden tech, right? Maybe there's some unusual comp that they haven't really revealed yet. They might try to pull it out the last second just for this top 8 to try to win. Could happen. We'll see. Not sure. We'll see what happens here.
For sure. And we do have someone that we are backing in mind. Hanabi, have you already told them? From when I couldn't hear you?
Yes, can you still hear me, Robin? Are you good?
I can hear you now.
Great, awesome. Well, can't wait for these games ahead. just for today, right? I think we've been going through the whole weekend trying to pick out who we think the best player of the day is going to be. Today's the last day, so whoever the best player of today is wins the whole tournament. Who do you think is going to win this time around, Robin? Who's your pick?
Who's my pick? Honestly, seeing their performance in day 1 and day 2 and personally commentating over their games yesterday for game 1 and 2, I think that my pick has to be JD. Personally.
Absolutely, JD was performing fantastic. I agree. What else do you have in mind with JD?
I mean, yeah, this is their second time, third time? I don't actually know, but we're seeing them their one-time qualified crown stat, and this being the first time I've seen them. Like, I'm really looking forward to see what they bring out over here.
Absolutely fantastic performance to say on the Bilgewater. Can't wait to see JD perform. Not sure exactly how it'll play out, but we'll see what happens as we get to our first game of the day. It's gonna be 5-1 costs incoming here. So pretty nice selection for each of these folks, trying to figure out what they're gonna be playing. Just sort of gives you a lot of flexibility here at the start. And worst comes to worst, you can sell some of these extra ones for some econ.
Yeah. 1 gold may not seem a lot in the grand scheme of things, but it can definitely help, especially if you're ending the early rounds on that 9 gold, just really wanting that extra bit of interest.
Alrighty, okay, so right here, Michael, we see, has the 2 Juggernauts for now, holding on to that Briar pair, just sort of thinking about playing around them for now, hoping maybe, I mean, could be a Void game if you see a Kog'Maw anytime soon, or it could be a sort of Slayers game if you see more of these Briars and maybe get dropped some other useful units like a GP or another type of Slayer. Could be interesting. We saw some Slayer comps do okay yesterday, and right now, honestly, early stages of the lobby, you're just trying to make sure that you hit sort of a top 4 in every game to get to check as fast as possible to give yourself as many chances you can to win the tournament.
2-star Viego though. We could be seeing a very early Shadow Isles game if they can get those 2 items on to unlock the... My memory is escaping me. I'm too tired apparently today.
Oh, you're all good. Sorry, I think I lost you there for a second, but yes, 2-star on the Shadow Isles with the Viego. Going to try to get the unlock for the Shadow Isles, going to immediately get the Yorick in play over there on that board. Over here, we're actually seeing what I was mentioning, which is that you could go for Void, or you could go for Slayers, especially with a 2-star Kiana. Don't discount this unit. If you position her properly, she can be quite a beast, especially in Stage 2. So, interesting to see if we're playing around that. As we get into the augment selections, is a gold augment for the first one. See what's going on here. We got Raining Gold, Earth, Patient Study. I mean, the emblem's going to be quite valuable, so Earth is never that bad, but I mean, Economy, also good. Demasa Forever, an interesting choice, but probably not going to be the one, and it's just going to be Patient Study. So the plan here is K3 Soju saying, hey, look, I will just be Fast 9. I will make it up to high levels as fast as possible, and you guys will not be able to keep up with me once I have that tempo. So that's the idea for K3 Soju. JD Zelinsky looks like he went for a lifting competition. I think
lifting competition. Love to see that. Going for those, getting those bigger units, even bigger with the Bruiser, getting a Jeweled Gauntlet and Giant's Belt just to unlock that very early LeBlanc.
Exactly.
Is it 2-star Scion that needs it, or just the 1-star?
I believe it's just getting 2 items on Scion, so it should be okay.
Ah.
The idea here is, yes, get that LeBlanc out early. Probably playing around the sort of Noxus with Invokers and Bruisers. And the end board looks like a Bruiser-Invoker combo with just a bunch of Bruisers, some Invokers. Maybe you're copying out with some Volibear, some Zillion, things like this. So there is a pathway for JD here with that. And the lifting competition going to be good. Gets that LeBlanc now unlocked. Very happy.
And seeing some of the other augments that some people had, I did see that someone picked up the Darken item as well. And someone picked up an artifact too.
Yeah, let's see. So looks like Tunington is the Bilge player, but playing Bilge without getting the Alawi is really unfortunate. That is not the best of luck. You'd kind of expect to see at least 1 Alawi by this point. Having both the TF and the Graves without the Alawi is pretty sad because you're missing out on about 30 to 40 Serpents worth of stats, and that's not great given that this board is all about getting tempo. So not feeling the happiest about that. does run immediately into another person who also looks like they're playing for that Bruiser Invoker board. Look at Pokygom putting 2 items on this Scion, trying to unlock the LeBlanc as well. So we're seeing the Sunfire making its inroads. Trinington gonna get the win on this one on Pokygom. Pocky basically opting to take the 3 losses here early on just to get some econ, but also when we go for that econ and going for that Bruiser Invoker. Wajan Iverson here contesting the Bilgewater play for Trinington, has the Alawi, has the Darken weapon, and is kind of trying to basically play around it. Which Darken item did they take? I'm just trying to see what happened there.
That's the bow, I'm pretty sure. Yes, the
Okay.
Darkened Bow. Every 10 attacks, getting the extra arrow that shoots out, piercing through every unit. What is it, 500% of their basic attack damage?
I mean, this Darkened Bow can go well on a bunch of units. I think for now, Wajan is saying it's best placed on this Graves, which works for now, and has a 2-star Alawi, so that's probably where Trinington's Alawis are missing. And yeah, should basically be able to play this tempo into a pretty good spot. Honestly, I like Wajan's position here. Has a good start, has what he needs. Darkened Bow is never really a bad item. It's still pretty awesome. And yeah, I mean, eventually just gonna cap out with some big build items.
Yeah. The arrow does just miss out on the LeBlanc, but it doesn't seem to have mattered all that much. They are still able to pick up the win for that round.
All right, so a bunch of spatulas and pans here on the carousel. That might actually make a difference for some of these players. JD and Kint both taking those immediately. They see the value of those emblems. They say, yeah, give me an emblem. Trinington also going for an emblem as well.
Taking that last one too.
Yep. I think at least one player must have chosen Hard Bargain, because it looks like we have an odd number of players out here. Yeah, I think Pocky took the Hard Bargain. So Pocky is basically saying, hey, I need econ. I'd rather just take the gold and whatever items are left over for me. I'm okay with that. But maybe if he had known that the emblems were coming, maybe he didn't take Hard Bargain there. Continue playing for, looks like a Sona reroll board here with the Demacians.
Hoping to get the Anivia onto the board just to activate that Invoker too with the 2 defenders. They've got a surprisingly tanky front line, even though there's no item set just yet on either of them. Just having that extra, 12 resistances.
Yep, it does make a difference to have that extra armor, extra MR. Does actually improve your board quite a bit. And Sona with the Sona 3 with the Jarvan 3 can be pretty amazing. One of the best augments for that comp, by the way, the Seraphim Staff. If you can get that Seraphim Staff, that is honestly incredible for Sona. So not for Kins this time, but you know, gonna be losing some health here because the board is weak for now. But once you see that 2-star Sona, maybe that 3-star Sona going in there, should make a big difference. As Trinington still looking pretty rough here for the Bilgewater board. I mean, quite behind compared to the board that that Wajan has. Looking, I think it's still a Ion, an Alawi 1. I think it's still possibly a Graves 1 and a TF 1. So definitely behind schedule, not where you want to be as a Bilgewater player.
For sure. Definitely lacking the tempo they so desperately need in order to keep up with some of these other high roll comps.
All right. So Sunfire Cape was the slam for Trinington, keeping it on this Viego, who's honestly doing a good job holding it. I think Trinington probably is saying, look, my board is too strong to keep the loose streak, so I mean, rolling into Kint is like the best win you can get probably. Still has pretty decent econ, but needs to really find a number of Bilgewater units. Lifting competition on this side for JD Zielinski, going into the Bilgewater, and actually, is that me first or 8th also on Bilgewater? I think so. So we actually have a 3-way Bilgewater contest, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, yeah. Me first or 8th is also, so this explains why so many folks are having trouble finding their units for Bilgewater today. 3 folks in the lobby playing Bilgewater, all against each other, and in some sense, that might be the correct play, given that Bilgewater has its own sort of shop hacks that you can use on the back market to get what you need.
And yeah, Bilgewater has been our most popular trait throughout this series. So everyone's sort of going for it just because they know how powerful it is and how powerful it can be.
Alrighty,
Picking up
so
items for a Bloodthirster from that first item drop.
yeah, could be. Also, not be surprised to see something like a, like even just like a Gunblade to slam for this TF. Let's see what happens here.
Love me a Gunblade. I've mentioned this before, not so much in this series, in this tournament here, but I do love myself a Gunblade.
All right, so opting to play the Jinx, just have the Gunslinger trait. Would really love to get the 5 build in as fast as
Ooh.
possible. Is that Swain?
That is a very early Swain at level 5. With a
This
Lich
is
Bane.
this is some
Is that a Lich
high
Bane
rolling.
on the TF there? That's insane, no?
So Lich Bane on TF is fantastic. Probably one of the best items you can get for him. Having the Swain this early as well, pretty amazing. I think Michael is in a pretty decent position. Yeah, I think the one thing is that
nice spot.
running into this Bilgewater board right now is probably not best. He really wants to keep the streak if he can. Keeping the streak here would be huge, but I don't think he can. He has to kill this Graves and he can't do it. The QS is making a huge difference, and Wasion gonna actually ruin the streak.
And the extra life steal too.
All right, so with Prismatic Augment for middle augment. Oh, there's a pause.
Oh.
We have a pause. Not sure what's going on here. I will say prismatic augments are a big deal at this stage of the game. Gonna be interesting to see.
And it seems we have someone lagging quite a bit. That could be for the pause here. Looking like it's from Pocky.
Trying to see what's going on. One of the interesting things here is that I see that. Ooh. Okay, I mean, if you're looking for prismatic augments, right? You're definitely looking at this stage of the game to get something that will give you a ton of money, I would say, right? To basically leapfrog you into pole position. If you're like a Bilgewater player, maybe you're suddenly getting to level 7 very quickly, level 8 very quickly, and be able to sort of leapfrog the lobby and get ahead of everyone else to find some of those higher cost Bilgewater units, talking about your misfortunes, your GPs, and what have you. In comparison, I think if you are someone like if you're like a Quintanilla, maybe you're looking for something like a prismatic ticket. You're already behind schedule with what you need here in terms of your rerolls. You really wanted to see 3-star Sona probably days ago, 3-star Jarvan probably days ago. I think you're looking for something like prismatic ticket to get you back in this game and maybe find those 3 stars as fast as possible while losing not too much econ and not having to dig too deep into your gold reserves.
Yeah, me personally, I'm looking at this coronation here. I know it might not be optimal to grab, but I just like the extra stats, you know.
I will say
Putting
coronation
on that
can
carry,
be really
especially
nice.
especially on that corner carry. It doesn't really matter whether it's AD or AP because it does just give a lot of stats that anyone could really enjoy.
If you're playing, like, the idea with coronation is that you have this ability not only to add stats to your best carry, and if you're playing Bilgewater, that carry could be, for instance, a Fizz, right? Let's see the number of times we've seen a Fizz sort of go and jump to somebody and like almost kill them, right? The idea of playing items like Black Market Explosives or Coronation, both of those two can sort of up that damage that Fizz outputs to possibly make that last hit actually kill the unit that they're trying to be on. So Coronation can not only give you extra space for another trait, allow you to play Bilgewater 7 much more easily. It can also, yep, there you see me first Wraith taking the Coronation. Yep, it's a good idea, right? It allows you to field more traits, and it gives you the ability to potentially play Bilgewater 7 more easily with less of the units, without sacrificing a unit slot, and also be able to add another unit, and also allows you to make your Fizz a lot stronger. Important thing you just noticed there, when Me First or Eighth was rolling for stat buffs in the stock market trap, using the Bilgewater,
they took off the Nautilus.
Yeah, they take the Nautilus off the bench. Off the field into the bench just to get 4 Bilgewater to make sure you get those cheap stats first. That was the idea. Getting those for the tempo makes a lot of sense. And now you have a coronated Graves who will do a lot more damage. Later on, you can move that coronation to whoever is going to be your biggest damage carry or needs that little extra boost.
Especially with that Deathblade as well being put on the Graves for the extra 10% damage amp. Really wanting to do as much damage as possible to get through the front line.
Right. Yeah, so I'm getting, let's see. Looks like a void line here from... Oh, okay, interesting. So Pokkén looked
Ooh.
earlier like he was going to go for that sort of Bruiser Invoker line, but kind of has pivoted over towards this sort of void disruptor-ish kind of build. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? It's kind of the idea of, if you think back to the last set where Malzahar could sort of just be in your backline and just survive while you had like 6 heavyweights. It's kind of heavyweight Malzahar all over again. You have
It's very
a lot of
welcome
bruisers. They're
back,
very big.
heavyweight Mals. Especially
You
getting
have,
the 4 giants
a
belt
bunch of
from
belts.
that prismatic augment that they picked.
Yeah. I think this works pretty well.
Welcome
I think this
back.
is not a terrible idea.
It does.
Only problem is it's very low damage for now, but maybe you're going to find some sort of AP carry later in the game. I'm going to guess it's going to be Singe Seraphine. Maybe it's Singe Seraphine that happens to include, that will include like just a bunch of bruisers instead of having juggernauts. So it's Seraphine with some juggernauts and with some bruisers, and I think the items make sense. Over here,
I mean, they might just keep the Malzahar as well, just to have that disruptor too.
yep. Okay, I mean Quintanilla is in a really rough spot here. Like, just still has not been able to hit the Sonas. Still not really having a good time. Already down to 36 health.
Another spatula here in this carousel too.
Yes.
Dunnington
More
opting for the
spatulas, more
swing.
havoc. I think, ooh, so Quintanilla
Wind
might
picking
be
the
trying to
spat.
go for a fawn? Oh, that makes a ton of sense. Quint is basically saying, I already have one spatula. If I had another one, right, on my board, then I can basically combine them to make a fawn, get an extra unit on the board. I can stay at a lower level while having more units on my board and still keep rolling for these Sonas and Jarvans without sacrificing a unit slot. Which makes sense. However, we're really, really, really behind when it comes to our rolls. We're still missing that Sona 3. We're still missing that Jarvan 3. They just have not shown up. Really unfortunate luck so far for Quintanilla, being this far down in health and still not having the units. Let's see if on the roll down, I think he has to roll down to maybe even like 20 or even 10 here.
Maybe even
Going down to
10,
20
because
for
they
now.
do only need that one Jarvan and the 2 Sonas left. They're
Yeah.
desperately searching this, but they did find the Lux at level 5.
The 5 Demacia definitely is a boost. It's going to make a difference. I just worry, though, that we're so behind tempo that this board cannot beat some of these bigger boards. They're already starting to scale. Look at Wasian. Now flexed over to the Belveth, so this makes a ton of sense. Said, I'm playing Bilgewater for now for the Econ, but once I get through with my streak, I'm now going to switch over to using this Darkened Bow onto Belveth, who's a really great holder of the Darkened Bow, loves that item, and saying, look, this is also a pretty good out from here, and I don't have to stay in Bilgewater given that so many people are playing it. Looks like GG Zelensky still going for that Invoker Bruiser build. Has a Collector. Interesting. So Collector on the LeBlanc. I have to search the stats for this one. I haven't seen this one yet, but I'm curious to see what that looks like.
Oh, and there we go. Kint with the Freestar Sona. They finally found what they needed. But yeah, having the Sweet Treats augment, hoping to get more artifact later down the line just for the extra 25 health.
Would make a big difference. If you can play an Ornn or somebody in this board somehow, that would really help you out. For now, though, lots of big beefy bruisers. Got that LeBlanc. Still on a LeBlanc 1, I think, though, which is not the greatest. But hopefully can get through power through
is
here.
just in the back line, too.
I will say, this LeBlanc is still alive. This Belveth is still alive. And they're all targeting the Belveth and not the LeBlanc. There's a chance
And
for
there
this LeBlanc
goes
to
the
clutch
back
it out.
line, too.
Oh,
And there we
what
go.
a close one. Targeting being the difference in that fight RNG. And that means that, yeah, JD gets an extra life going into 3-7 for these neutrals. All right. Well, Kint, like you said, hit that Sona, hit that Jarvan, but man, we are at 24 health. So at this point in the game, what can Quintanilla even do? I mean, really
They
just needs
are
to win out every single fight from here on out.
panicking here. And they're so
Now-
behind on the econ as well, only having 15 compared to everyone else being above 30, almost at 40 and 50.
An interesting thing, by the way, here, K3 Soju is actually looking at that Bruiser Invoker board as well, but now, never mind, it's Seraphine, actually. Okay, so what is this? I mean, it's Bruiser Invoker, but there's also Seraphine on the board. It's kind of just whatever the best units are at the time. And that actually poses a problem for someone like Pokemon who was looking for the Seraphine, I think, maybe, going for that Disruptor comp. So, gonna be a problem for Pocky. Good for Soju. Now gets the Orin in. With 68 health is saying, okay, I can afford to sacrifice a few turns, play this Orin, be happy, and kind of just be okay. And actually ops to level to 8.
Up to level
Okay,
to
this
8
is
as
interesting.
well.
You know what this could be? If there's so many Invokers, right? And these Bruisers, I mean, is there a world where
Is
it's
this a
kind of going
Zillion
back
here?
to maybe Zillion? Yeah, Zillion makes sense. I mean, there's still a world where he's trying to go for Rise Ziggs, maybe? Or a Rise game?
Maybe.
Yeah, the set is unlocked.
Yeah.
Okay, Gold Augment to finish it off. What do you take in this spot? Exiles is definitely good for combat. Reinforcement, though, would guarantee a 2-star, especially if K3 Soldier just wants a good 2-star. But it's going to be Exiles, yeah. Exiles is such a strong augment. I think it really just gives you so much combat power that it's kind of not paralleled, especially in some of these Ionia comps or some of these Rise Ziggs comps where you sort of want to spread all the units out anyway. Exiles can be quite the boon, and Soju can basically say, hey, look, I can win some of these fights in stage 4 with Exiles. Gives me the chance to go fast 9. I think that's what he's trying to go for there. All right, as we see 2-star Belbeth on the board here for Wei Iverson with that Darkened Bow. She is going to go bop, 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 bop. Look at her. Slap, 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 slap. She is moving and grooving, but the Bilgewater team on the other end can't be underestimated. But so far, it's looking like, yeah, Wei is streaking, and for good reason. Also, by the way, has 2 Darken now, unlocked the Aatrox, so is going to heal up on every single win, which actually means that Wei will be at 100 health, I think, after this turn, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
As we can see,
They are definitely
Pokygom,
not
yeah.
hurting for health.
So Pokygom playing basically what I would expect to see is like the Singe Seraphine. Or wait, never mind. This is actually not Pocky. This is Pocky was on the board temporarily. This is Soju's board still. Yeah, just playing Exiles, playing with this, trying to figure out the right configuration for the Exiles. That's the one tricky thing is you can't keep 4 units backline and well, actually, can you? You can keep 4 units backline, 4 units frontline, but once you get to 9 units, it starts to get a little confusing. Either way, manages to figure it out. Michael with just a standard
backline
Demacia
Ornn,
board.
you know.
Backline Ornn just to make sure we keep the Exiles bonus on every single unit is the plan. Michael, interestingly enough, puts the Demacia emblem on the Swain. That's a really good combo, honestly. Gives the Swain a ton of tankiness. The Swain is never dying.
The Swain never dying, especially with the passive like life steal as well from the aura that he has. A Disruptor on the Lissandra 2. That's the Lissandra 1, but Lissandra 2.
Yeah, but
Nonetheless,
Wei board
the
is
Swain
just
did
too strong.
For sure.
Yeah. What is okay? So collector going on. Oh my goodness. Okay, now I see the vision. The vision is that the collector was going on a volley bear. That makes a ton of sense. Or was it?
Yeah.
Let's see. All right. So Quintanilla still alive, has not lost a fight since we hit that 3-star Sona, the 3-star Jarvan. So has managed to stabilize. Trinington, on the other hand, is falling behind. Lost a bunch of health. JD Zielinski also falling down. As we see, a very clear person in the lead right now is Wei. Wei just is in a great spot.
Wei, yeah.
Stage 4, that 2-star Belveth is a beast. She will do a ton of damage.
Stage 4. Got the 2-star Belveth and the 2 Darkin. Just always going to be healing. Is actually on fire. No extinguisher required. JD Zielinski hitting the 2-star Scion and Chennington getting the 2-star Swain.
Oh
Pokemon
my goodness.
putting
Okay.
an Annie in.
I think Pocky is trying to cook something amazing up. I think Pocky is trying to figure out what the strategy is. I mean, has a lot of help, but look at this. Annie returning would be wild. I would not be surprised. If you got so many bruisers like this, and you're giant and mighty, by the way, I think it's not impossible to play an Annie and just say, look, I will out-health you. I will have so much health that you can't break through in the time it takes for this Annie to cast. And why not? The items would be good on an Annie, so I think it's actually would not be that terrible of an idea, so long as she doesn't get sniped by a random Fizz unit or something else, or a big Lux laser. For now, going against this 3-star Sona, 3-star Jarvan board, and actually, it's looking really strong.
Ooh, the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao and the
It is
Sona
looking
cast sniping
really
that
strong.
Annie.
Yeah. I think this, like, the Poké's board eventually makes sense, but Quintanilla has spiked for now. The question is, can the others, will the others have caught up in terms of tempo? I guess Quintanilla is just living on 2 lives. If Quintanilla can win every fight from here on out, then no problem, but that's a tough ask. Drops down to 5 Demacia, gonna play the Targon, gonna play the Orin, trying to get more artifacts, and basically using the artifacts as a way to try to basically say, is my world scaling?
Is that a Prismatic Destiny?
Yes, Prismatic Destiny gave the rods. So that's how you were able to see so many magic AP items, which actually honestly is a really good piece of luck after all that terrible luck earlier for Kint.
For sure, for sure.
Okay, this Bel'Veth is not able to break through yet, but just watch out. Galileo leaps onto the battlefield, smashing everything down, but this Bel'Veth is just tearing through. Oh my goodness, she's going faster and faster. The Zona can't one-shot, and this Bel'Veth is going to go right through and melt Quintanilla. Quintanilla down to 1 life, basically, at this point.
That's all they need, no? The only health that matters is that last one. Going into
Maybe, but one bad
PvE
matchup
round.
RNG would be all it takes to knock Kint out. Also, Trinington down to 1 health one life as we get to the next set of minions. Gonna be interesting to see what gets rolled here. Bilgewater on the board for Trinington, still trying to find some of these units, unable to find what he needs. Has the 2-star Fizz, has the 3-star TF, but honestly, it's not doing enough compared to some of these boards right now.
You think not being able to ramp up any of the attack speed that TF kind of needs? Like, Quick Striker 2 can do numbers, but sometimes it's just not enough.
Shyvana could be placed on this board, but doesn't have the money to get to level 9. I wonder if he decides to drop Bilgewater from 7 to 5 and play the Shyvana and maybe another unit instead. For now, opting to stay with the Bilgewater. Trying to make one last tank item, I'm gonna guess, for this yeah, Thieves Gloves and a Gargoyle Stone Plate makes sense. Thieves Gloves, really great item rolled here for the Swain. Swain loves to see those items, so very happy. Moving the tank items over to this Tahm Kench, and hoping for the best is Trinington as he sits on 1 life. Probably one of the better options he could have rolled. This Pocky board, not yet that strong. A good situation for Trinington, who has just spiked with the TF3, has the really big Fizz, and yeah, going to do well on this fight. Taking Pocky as well down to quite a bit less health. But here, Quintanilla's board going through against, I believe this is this JD's board? I think this is JD's board, yes. JD gonna lose a lot of health there, and Quintanilla is staying alive. Staying alive for now. Has stabilized with that 3-star combo. Alright, JD is saying it's time for me to get to level 9. We have to start finding some bigger units, otherwise we are going to be dead. Doesn't have a lot of gold to roll with. Oh, finds the Wukong too. That could be very huge. Very, very huge. And maybe you even... Do you even just sell this Swain to hold this Volley Bear? 2 Volley Bears! I got 2 bears. One for the both of you. Alright, so Wukong 2 should be quite a spike. Has this Collector Volley Bear. Trying to just survive, trying to do his best is JD. Demacia on the board for Michael.
Volley Bear is in the background, does get taken down by that Lux ult there.
Yeah,
LeBlanc
I think
going down to half
the Demacia
as well.
resistance is just too much. The LeBlanc is dead too, and now there's no damage on the board for JD Zielinski. Really gonna have to try to kill a couple more units, otherwise he could be dead on a 6-0. This Ari trying her darndest, but just unable to get through. This Poppy is healing so much off of every hit. JD lives though. JD's still alive, but Chunington and Soju are already out.
Me first or 8 also living on 2 health there as well. Getting the Volibear too. Not having any gold to sort of replace the unit though.
Alright, me first Wraith, desperately trying to buy as many of these stat ups as he can to try to make his board as strong as possible for this next fight. Every placement counts. In a final lobby like this, every placement counts. If you can get to 4 points instead of 2 points, or 5 points instead of 3 points, it can be all the difference. You can get to checkmate or check 1 round sooner. Could be the 1 round sooner that you need to win.
Rolling into Kinto. What do we think is going to happen here? This is
I mean, one of the biggest problems is that this Fizz was on the This Fizz was not on the Sona early enough. The Fizz is on the wrong side of the board. Gonna get taken down if he doesn't worry. Yeah, I think me first Wraith is dead.
Yeah. Getting the KDA Nico sort of cutscene too. I love that cutscene. JD Zelensky winning their round, though. They are still in this. Pokemon now falling to 8 as well. Wasion still sitting pretty on 99 health. They are living their best life this game.
Completed items for everybody in the lobby here. Pokegom still waiting on that hard bargain, so came and take one of these of his choice. Might get stuck with something that he really doesn't need. Unfortunate situation. And Michael takes the Archangels. Michael's board looks pretty reasonable. I mean, it's a sort of Noxus Demacian combo board, and it's really working out. The trade tree take has honestly made a big difference here. So many emblems giving so much extra power. This Lichbane also a pretty good item for decently good enough for this Lux. It's good enough, and it's working out so far. Is that 2-star rise from Pokegom? Pocky, while we were looking, has made a 2-star rise and has a Ziggs. This is Rise Ziggs with Giant and Mighty. It's going to go insane. And a Kaisa too. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Only a Ziggs 1. But look at this Rise. He's about to go ham. Has a JG and a Shojin and a Guard Breaker. As long as this Rise stays alive, this fight is probably going to go the way of the Rise too. If I had to guess.
I don't know. This Garen is refusing to die out in the front line. And the Volibear does fall, but it's just the Garen now because the Lux did fall.
Yeah, and Pokegom surviving that one. JD, I think, is out. JD is out. So Pokegom with the last minute transition to Rise from a board that didn't really look like a Rise board. It's not the standard way of getting to Rise, but honestly, this works. It's a sort of void combination. It is a very well-cooked, well-thought-up idea. And meanwhile, Quintanilla sitting pretty here. 3-star Sona, 3-star Jarvan, has a Zillion to boot. Very, very happy with his board now. Has the 7 Demacia, has the Galio, is feeling pretty good about his board. Rolls into Michael.
Is that 2-star Mel?
2-star Mel is pretty insane. See what the difference is. It's going to matter as to whether this Mel can basically one-shot one of these carries. If she can, it will make all the difference, right? If you get a one-shot with the Lux and the Mel on the carry, otherwise the Sona's just going to keep healing and healing and healing, and there goes the Mel as well.
There goes the Mel. There goes the rest of the team.
Michael still alive.
Michael
still alive. 1 health.
On 1!
Will manage to survive to the Dragon Neutrals round. Okay, let's recap. Wasion is easily going to be in first place here. That Dark and Bow combination has been working so well for him. He's basically just been sitting at 100 health the whole game. Which is insane given that he lost a few rounds at the start of the game, but that's how Darken goes, I guess.
Yeah, Wasion's effective health right now. There's been too much for the rest to keep up with.
It's a really good lesson for players at home, is that if you have an uncontested line that folks really aren't playing and things that work perfectly and good tempo, it can just win. A good tempo version of an uncontested line can easily beat contested versions of the best lines. And that's kind of what Wasion is showing us here. This Aatrox unit, no one believes in the Aatrox unit. right? No one believes in the Aatrox unit, but Weijin says, I don't care, I'm going to make it work, and makes it work beautifully with the Darkened Bow, has an Aatrox 2 to boot. Meanwhile, Michael rolling and rolling, getting that Zillion 2, trying to get as strong as possible just for this last fight, just to try to beat Weijin at least once, but it's a really unlucky matchup because anybody else, he might have a chance, but Weijin is so strong right now.
Everyone rolling down to 0 here, though.
Also,
rolls
oh
into
my goodness.
Weijin.
3 items on this Mbessa as well is huge. This Mbessa unit got massively buffed, so I'm not surprised we're seeing this as well. Yeah, Weijin's board is just so strong. Look at this.
Yeah.
Celestial Blessing as well for the
Not even
Omnivamp
half
was
the
fantastic. Oh
timer.
my goodness.
Down goes Poppy
Alright.
and Michael.
Yep, so Pocky third, Michael fourth. It's going to come down to reroll Sona versus Belveth 2, Mbessa 2, Aatrox 2. Who would have thought these two would be the compositions in the last two in the first game of the final lobby? This is a shocker, honestly. But again, playing the uncontested line with the best tempo and perfect augments and playing around it, I mean, it's just, it works. And the Bilge Water is there just enough to give extra econ that is helping out Weijin to just, you know, use it as a sort of extra hex. It's working out pretty well. All right. So who will do it? I mean, this Belveth is doing so much damage. But wait a second.
Void Onslaught.
Yeah, the Omnivamp from the Darken, the Celestial Blessing. It's too much. Weijin gonna take the first game in absolute Slayer style.
Proud of that one?
Absolutely. What a game. I mean, Weijin honestly played the thing that made sense in the spot. And that's a really good lesson, like I've been saying. It's a good lesson for everyone who's playing TFT. You don't have to play the top comp of the patch every single game, right? If you got a spot that looks better for something else and it looks really good, just go with that, and uncontested, it does a lot better.
For sure, for sure. The Void Onslaught. Well, yeah, just pushing through an unstoppable force, not so much meeting that unmovable object. Able to keep going.
All right. Yeah, very excited to see what happens next in the future games. Yeah, it was an exciting matchup for these two, for these 8 players. I think that what's it called? I think if you told someone Weijin Iverson will win the first game of the cup, the final 8 lobby, I don't think anyone would be surprised. This guy has been so good for so long in TFT at this point that we really should never be surprised when Weijin Iverson is playing well. That being said, it's gonna be interesting to see now, right? Once we start getting closer and closer to the checkmate lines, to see if Weijin gets denied some of these plays and contested on purpose by others to keep him from getting there. Only problem is these folks are also trying to qualify for check as well, so they will might be playing for their own boards for now in this second game.
For sure, and apparently we missed a Freestar Bell. We missed a Freestar Belveth there from Weijin. Truly going uncontested. Had so much health that they were just able to, well, live and re-roll everything they needed for that Freestar Belveth. Just Freestar forecast, you know? What can beat it?
Yeah, and by the way, I've heard from production that last Belveth was a Belveth 3, by the way. So there's no way anyone was beating that board. That I think the kudo really just again uncontested is a way to win sometimes. It's a way to win.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, first game down. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? What are your thoughts? What's inspiring for you, I guess?
Oof. Again, I mentioned yesterday, and I'll mention it again today, just the APM of these players, like how many actions they can take a minute, the thought processes that they have to undertake round after round, stage after stage. Like people being contested, uncontested, so many things, so many factors. The Freestar Sona Jarvan reroll, it started off rough. It did. Like they were down to what, 24 health before they hit? And then it got them a second place. Like that definitely was able to stabilize there.
Yeah, it's crazy because I would honestly have nominated Quintanilla there for worst luck in terms of just how unlucky they were in terms of finding those Sonas and Jarvans having to roll so low to find them. And yet, even despite the bad luck, manages to salvage it, go on an absolute tear, win fight after fight. I think there is some luck involved, but I actually got better in the back half for not having to face Weijin. Because if you fight Weijin at any point in that game, you're probably going to be down to 1 life, and the next time you fight Weijin, you're dead. So Quintanilla definitely being lucky enough to avoid Weijin in some of those matchups means that sort of went from bad luck to sort of the scales re-pivoted back to good luck, I guess.
It was definitely a bold play of them to stick with it, but it paid off for sure.
All right. Well, we might actually take a quick break here just to sort something out. So we're going to be right back. The players as well, catching their breaths, getting some water, refreshing to figure out what they need to do in this next game, doing the math to figure it out. No one can be in check until game 3 or 4 or so. So it's going to be a little while, but for now, gonna be exciting to see. All right, we'll be right back in just a second. Stay with us here for more action on day 3 of the Shurima Cup and the TFT Pro Circuit here on Guardian Angel League. All right, we are
Welcome back, everyone. Game 2.
Yes, very excited for this game too. Folks took a shorter break than we expected, so we had to jump right back in our seats and get things going here. All right.
So what are you looking for the second game? Like, obviously, Weijin taking that first round. Are we expecting another first place for Weijin?
I mean, definitely going to be harder. I mean, more eyes will be on him. But I will say, when in these early rounds, it's a lot harder to sort of deny other people because you're really trying to also get to check as fast as possible for your own board. And if trying to deny someone else would take you that far, probably not worth it, right? So for now, probably just seeing people play their best boards, just try to do the best for themselves. Weijin right now seems to be heading towards a sort of void-ish look, but all of it's just as I said, that going for some bruisers again. Noxus bruiser for now, holding these void units in the back just to make sure. But yeah, we'll see what happens there. Okay, yeah, opts to unlock the. I think he's gonna try to unlock the LeBlanc immediately. Basically, only putting one component down just in case he can find a better item to slam than like a guard breaker or something else, because he really doesn't want to have to waste a glove on that item when it's not really good for his comp. Does see something. Maybe he's gonna slam the Sunfire there real quick.
And yeah, it could be Sunfire or Spirit Visage. Go for the Sunfire, opts to put the tier on as well, just in time to unlock that LeBlanc too. As we go into the gold augment.
Gold augment.
For our first augment set.
Yep. I'm not surprised that he rolled past aura farming. I think aura farming in this set is no longer the beast it once was. Seeing the LeBlanc opener, I mean, LeBlanc with Noxus opener is great. All these Noxus units got a bit better. The Noxus tree as a whole is a bit better. The Omnivamp, the Otacon is great. And later Noxus units are also awesome. So this could lead into a Bruiser Invoker team. Could also just be a Noxus Tempo team. Either way, Weijin is going to be pretty happy to see that Scion drop and play around that. And yeah, just have a sort of big stacking Scion over the course of the game.
For sure, for sure.
Looks like Pokygom there going for, if I'm not mistaken, is that worth the wait? Am I misreading this, or is this something else? Let's see. Either way, has the stone plate. I guess has Bilgewater running for now. Um,
Hmm. Oh,
oh, there's a
Int
pause.
disconnecting there. We've got a pause.
Okay, so Pilfer. Okay, so yeah. So Pokegom is playing Bilgewater with Pilfer. And the idea here is to say, if you know that other folks in the lobby are playing units that you would like, you can probably try to steal them. But also, worst case scenario, you are taking a unit every single time, and you can sell it if you don't like it for econ. So it's both econ, and sometimes you can get extra copies of units that you need on your board for free if someone else is contesting you. Very nice idea
For
to play
sure, for
Pilfer here with the
sure.
Bilgewater and play for that tempo.
Looking at some of these other augments as well, what do we have here? Is that woven magic for Wasian?
Wasian. I think it might be Woven Magic. Yeah, Woven Magic. So
Yeah.
this is honestly very fair, right? If Asian knows that he's going to play into an AP line, and he's already can slam a Shojin to sort of proc that earlier. So he slammed the Shojin because he really wants to just cast as many times as possible, to spend as much mana as possible, as fast as possible, so that he can unlock that extra component for later in the game. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. He's playing a very AP casting team. He's playing around this LeBlanc for now. Eventually, he'll play the Sona and have Invoker, and the Invokers cast quite often. It's a good synergy. It's a good strategy.
Sure, sure. And what other augments do we have here that's particularly catching your eye? I'm seeing Makel with only 2 units here.
Yeah, playing the Void, but I think playing Lost Streak for now. Looks like. I think another thing that's interesting is maybe Michael disconnected, but my other thought is both Michael and Quintanilla look like they're going for Void with slamming. I think they both have slamming on their boards. Slamming gives you extra XP as long as you've slammed all the items so that you don't have anything but consumables on your item bench. Both Michael and Kint are going for this, I think. So they're trying to play fast 9, basically trying to level up as fast as possible, get to the high levels of Void as fast as possible, and go from there is my thought. Maybe playing towards that Baron 2-10 win out strategy eventually with a slamming early.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And what other augments here are like particularly eye-catching to you, you're seeing? I'm seeing, is that Epoch on K3 Soju? And what's that Rageblade one on Me First or 8?
Okay, so Me First or Eighth has the speedy double kill is what I'm thinking. So you get a Rageblade now, and then once 2 people are eliminated, you get 40 gold. And the idea is to say, I get tempo now with this Rageblade. I need, and I think if you're playing like a Yordle comp, which I think Me First or Eighth might try to go to, or maybe not. I'm not sure yet. But either way, if you've got a good unit that can hold it, why not? As long as you think you can survive longer than 2 players in the lobby, so be it. You're going to get a massive infusion of 40 gold later in the game when you need it. Could be very helpful. And get an early Rageblade for tempo.
High risk, high reward.
Yep. So I'm wondering if the reason why we're paused might be because Trinity doesn't seem to have an augment, which is confusing to me.
I'm pretty sure someone disconnect.
It might be an overlay bug, but also, okay, so there it is. Calculated loss. Okay, this is Sona reroll. Through and through, this is Sona reroll.
Yeah.
Basically saying we're going to lose these early fights, bank a ton of rerolls, maybe even use it to get Bard reroll, who knows. And then go from there and try to basically get Sona reroll, Jarvan reroll, easily get a bunch of rerolls and be happy, right? Play a sort of weak board for now. And the Sona Jarvan isn't that strong when it's just 2 stars. Especially if you don't slam any of the items, it's definitely going to lose. And you can just bank up on your rerolls, get a bunch, and make sure you hit your Sona 3.
Yeah.
Quintanilla actually might have been going for a similar idea. Had all these Sonas on board, on bench, maybe trying to deny. Either way, looks like for now is still on Void. So yeah, going to be interesting to see what happens with this. I think the most curious part of this is I actually really like Pokegom's spot, mainly for the fact that he's the only Bilgewater player. When you're the only Bilgewater player, things go a lot better than when you're a contested Bilgewater player. You get a lot more tempo and a lot more chance to see your favorite units. So there's a big world in which Pocky with the econ of Pilfer and Bilgewater could be pretty ahead. That being said, having the 2-star Sona and the 2-star Jarvan already for Tunington is very, very strong start. Pretty early to get those 2. Having those already by 2-1 is pretty nice. So would be happy with that start for sure.
Oh, the suspense. It's killing me right now.
Definitely a suspenseful start here. We are waiting with bated breath to see what's going to happen next. I think, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how this pans out because, as of right now, we're just playing standard games of TFT, right? But game two, still a standard game. Starting next game and maybe game four for sure, you will start to see a lot more sort of PvP denial happening, especially game four. I
I
think once people
mean,
start to check.
even with this game, like if Weijin takes it, like we might be seeing a lot of heavy contesting on their side, just to even prevent them from getting above 20 points to start off with.
Yeah, if you can keep that one player from getting to check early, it can make all the difference. That being said, if one player doesn't check early, it's pretty doable for the lobby to stop them from doing well, unless if they get into what's known as an uncontestable spot. So there are comps in the game sometimes where you can kind of just sort of be in a spot where no one can really stop you without completely hurting their own game plan. Right, and this was an issue. This was actually kind of an issue in the last set for checkmate format, which was that there were certain comps where it felt like there was really nothing you could do to stop the person with their spot from actually getting the win. And once they had that
Yeah.
sort of line, it felt like, wow, can we even stop this guy from making it out? I don't know, and that was very tough because a lot of the compositions were vertical driven. This set is kind of the opposite problem in the sense that because the comps are so much less vertical driven, except for a couple comps, it's really possible to, if you get sort of like sort of hard denied, the person getting a hard deny might just flex around in something different. It's a very flexible set in that sense, and so in that sense, it can be sort of easy for the person getting denied to sort of undeny themselves in different ways by finding other outs to try to get a win. Only problem is it might not become a win, so we'll see how that goes. All right. So, just as a heads up, by the way, if you guys are looking for something to catch up on during the break, we actually managed to interview one of the best players in the region, Ripple Overdrive, who is, I think, also, by the way, a member of the study group that Weijin is part of, if I'm not mistaken. Not sure if that's still the case. In any case, if you want to hear some more from Ripple Overdrive, I believe Domino was able to get a nice interview for Guardian Angel League with Ripple Overdrive. So feel free to check that out. It is !YouTube if you want to go check out that video right now and get a sense of how Ripple approaches the game this set and how things happen as we await further news on what's going on with the game. Folks are still debugging, figuring out what happened, and we're still on the lookout for some news there.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
actually got to sit in on part of that interview. I didn't like participate, but I definitely was there and I was able to listen to it. It was actually quite informative and very entertaining as well. So definitely, if you want to, like, I'll even put the link in the chat myself. !YouTube if you want to go check it out. Please do.
I think it's really interesting to see how different pros have adapted to the challenge that is playing this patch, because I think, the trouble is that because of the holidays, right? It's tough for the devs to really work on the game, and then they release the patch maybe a couple of days before the cup starts. Pros don't really have a lot of chances to get good practice here, so a lot of it is planning, studying, scrimming, and sort of just theory crafting what makes the most sense. Honestly, I am not going to be surprised if by the end of this week we tend to have a sort of slightly different meta emerge, because the thing about patches in this game is that you're always finding new ideas, new technology, and new ways to make a comp sing in cases where they don't, where you might not have seen them before, right? So new strategies might be popping up all the time in this patch. The pros have already tried some new stuff. I think that game from Pocky was a really good example of how can we flex into Rise from a spot that isn't Yordle or Ionia, right? See what happens.
Hi everybody,
Yeah,
this is
this
Catherine
set.
tuning in. So what had happened is one of our players had their power outage. So what the admins are now doing is putting a timer on, and when that timer has resolved, we'll either have our player back and play the game again, or we'll play the game without that player. So that's the little tune in. So hi, thank you, and then I'll go back to the shadows now.
All right, keeping our fingers crossed and feathers crossed that that the power does get restored. I know the feeling. I think this week I had my internet go out on my first game back from a long vacation of my own. So I was I think I
Yeah.
lost 52 LP to that one. So all I can say is I know the feeling.
This is definitely some awful luck on Kint's side as well. Someone might say even the worst luck.
Yeah, I think Quintanilla might be honestly going on a worse luck streak, which is crazy given that he managed to get a second place in the last game. So it's possible. We'll see what happens. Hopefully, Quint gets the power back very soon and can get back into the game. And hopefully, for the players as well, they're not stuck in a 7-player lobby, because 7-player lobbies, if you don't know, you are actually able to predict exactly who we will play against in terms of each fight because of the way the RNG works. You can actually map out what will happen. So, hopeful for the players that doesn't have to happen. Hopefully, he can get back online in time. We will see what happens there. But sending hugs over to Quint, who really needs it after that series of bad luck events, honestly.
A series of unfortunate events.
Truly a series. All right, so I think we're getting word that looks like we might be ready soon. Okay, yep, game is about to get back to things. I think we're about to see the unpause in just a second here. I think the reconnection has occurred. Everyone is doing a ready check, and the players are getting back into things. All right, just holding off here and hopeful that Quintanilla can sort of, it's tough to keep your mental for not just Quint, but the whole lobby, right? When you're sort of stuck on a pause and you have to wait for a while, you're kind of antsy, especially in this sort of big stakes lobby. You really just want to play the game. It can start to get a little bit unsettling. So hopefully it might be a big test of nerves for these players, right? Just to see who can sort of manage the stress. All right, we are waiting.
There we go. There's the reconnect too.
The reconnect is there.
And there's the ready.
We are waiting on the final readies. All right. Play is resuming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are back to the action in the middle of this fight between Quint and Pocky. Pocky with the Bilgewater. Quint with a pretty strong Void board, actually. This Void double items on this Kog'Maw doing quite a bit, but looks like the Bilgewater might still win out. Maybe just enough. Just enough from Pocky.
Minimal damage, though. Minimal damage. It might not seem all that important in these early rounds and early stages, but being able to keep as much health as possible going into the later, more damaging rounds might prove to be quite, useful.
Okay, so this is really interesting. I thought for certain this was going to be a sort of Void Kaisa game, but maybe it's a Void Balveth game. I'm seeing the GP on this board, I'm seeing the Rek'Sai on this board, and I'm wondering if this is going to be a sort of like a Balveth Slayer comp that leads into that sort of Baron instead of the Kaisa carry? Wondering if that's going to happen.
With the IE and the bow on the Kog'Maw as well, more of an AD focus than an AP, does have the Morellos, just to spread that burn and whatnot with its splash damage.
Well, for now, Pocky's tempo is winning out. And like I said, uncontested bilge, happy times for Pocky, honestly.
Laughing to the bank so far.
As we see K3, Michael, Quint still losing out as well. Yep. All right. Okay. So K3 Soju also looks to be playing for a sort of Bruiser Invoker board. Unlocked the LeBlanc early. I think the key is just players are realizing that unlocks are really strong. If you can unlock a useful unit really early and have the right items, it's so worth it for your tempo to just have that unit. Like having this LeBlanc is just to do so much damage compared to a random 2-cost or 1-cost unit that might have the same items. So mixing up the positioning here and just trying to get on the correct side. Playing into, I believe, is that another Void board, or just happens to have a Malzahar who can hold the items?
Looks to be like a bruiser. Hey, we might see a heavyweight Malzahar return.
Oh my goodness. Don't speak into existence. Don't speak into existence. For now, it looks like this LeBlanc is just not going to get that last cast off, so Soju's going to lose that fight. But the thing is, Soju wanted to be winning, I think, so not the greatest situation there. Chunington also actually going to win that fight. Unfortunate, I think the loss streak gets broken there. I think Michael was the one who broke it. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
One spatula on the carousel. Gets cobbled up immediately by Michael.
Immediately picked up.
The value of these
Kint
emblems,
has
right? Emblems being
disconnected
buffed.
again. We have another pause here.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm hoping it's not another power outage. Here we go. Fingers are crossed.
No one ever expects the second power outage.
Oh boy. It's another disconnection for Kint here. And this is so unfortunate. I don't know. If it's another power outage, it's going to be... It's quite a problem here for Kint. Alright. We're going to have to keep going forward, it looks like.
Looks like we are just going forward with 7. Unfortunate here. This is going to be a heavy blow.
So heading back into the game. Now down to pretty much 7 folks, unless Kint can return in time. Pretty unfortunate, but that does open up a pathway for other Void players. For now, it looks like Pocky with last pick, trying to figure out what to take. And probably just going to opt to take the 3-cost chain there. Chunington there has got the Sona reroll rolling. Playing pretty well. Has an extra Invoker in this Melio. And yeah, just, I mean, calculated lossing, getting all those extra rerolls, going to be able to roll for a bunch of Sonas, drive-ins very quickly. Is in a pretty strong spot, has good items, going to be happy there. Michael, I guess, holding that spatula for now to figure out if we can get a better emblem choice than these ones that are available. Doesn't really like the option so far. And just opting to try to play for 5 losses. 5 losses, go slamming, have a bunch of econ at a bunch of levels, and try to streak through stage 3 instead, most likely.
For sure.
Funnily enough, it looks like Quintanilla's board is still winning. So if Quintanilla's board can stay strong enough for the next maybe 3 to 4 fights or so until the power can return or something else can happen, maybe can figure it out. In any case, hope fingers are crossed over there. As on this board, looks like it's Chunington and Soju. Chunington actually going to win this fight, which is kind of a mixed bag, right? Kind of wants to be losing to get calculated loss rerolls, but also if he wins, okay, we get a win. We save some health. Not the worst situation, but maybe not the best for getting those rerolls for free.
What would have been good? AFK.
AFK, yeah, that's true. AFK is. I wonder. I don't think AFK is in the set
AFK would
anymore,
have been
yeah.
really. I don't think it's in the set anymore, but with the power outages, having the AFK may have helped alleviate some of that pain.
That actually would have been really good if we had the foresight. Unfortunately, not able to be known. I think Me's first or 8th is playing Ionia, and I'm curious to see what is... Well, not the Ionia... Okay, I guess not Ionia yet, but eventually Ionia. It's not the XP and it's not the gold. So it's not going to be that helpful in the sort of scaling side of things, but for now... I mean, this sort of Yordle Juggernaut playing the best board, kind of working. Going on a 5 streak is pretty great. Maybe angling towards
It
a
does return
Ziggs.
as well.
Yep.
Only taking the 1 loss from the power outage.
For now, at least. Okay, and Pokygom, yep. Wins that one. Kind of a good situation for both players, right? You want the calculated loss and you want the win. So 5 streak for Pocky, 5 streak for me first or 8th. I will say the speedy double kill being a huge difference for me first or 8th. Having that AD carry that can use a Ginzu's early on is great. And Pocky, just playing Bilgewater tempo, uncontested, feeling pretty good about the spot.
Yeah.
$106 Serpents is pretty nice. And the one unfortunate thing for Pocky, does not have a single one of the stat buffs in his shop. He'd really like to have those stat buffs because the tier 1 or like 3-piece is what they're called, I think, stat buffs are so efficient and so cheap for maintaining tempo early in the game. I will say that over and over again until you guys realize this one. I am not afraid. All right. So opts to level up for tempo. Yep. Gets the 5 Bilgewater in, so actually opting to get the 5 Bilgewater as soon as possible to get as many surfers as possible. Could Slim avoid Staff if he wanted to. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, they do have the max health in their black market as well. They do have something ready for them to grab.
Emoting just for some fun. It's never bad to emote for some fun. You got to keep yourself free. You got to keep yourself loose, especially in a tight game like this. Anything you can do. Posing for the cameras, I guess. All right, so.
Plus, who doesn't love a chibi briar, you know?
Oh, everyone loves a chibi briar. Until she's biting your leg. All right.
I stand by what I said.
I see. In any case, one of the things you might notice is we put this TF in this second spot in the backline. Why are we doing this? We are trying to make sure this TF's cards will debuff as many units as possible because he shoots them out in sort of Y formation. A trident of sorts, and so you want to put the TF kind of towards the middle, so you end up hitting as many folks as possible, including the corner carries. Over here, JD, I think, just has a couple wardens. JD's board looks a bit poor, but the augments might help. Another gold augment. And not liking any options, just goes for the gold destiny. What's the gold destiny that he got?
What do they get out of that?
Going to roll down, I think. Oh, actually rolling down here. Is this Echo Reroll? This is Echo Reroll. He is looking for as many Echoes as possible. Yep.
Ooh.
Yeah, looking for an Echo Reroll spot here. Finds the Nico too.
Oh, and it's the augment. It's when 2 units are together, it gives them both boosts. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Best friends. We're playing best friends. Okay, that makes sense. Finds the Echo too.
There's the 2-star Echo.
That will help. Keeps the Swain because later on you're going to play the Juggernauts. In fact, we're going to do it right now. So this comp has a couple of options. You can play towards rerolling for a Nico. You can play towards rerolling for a Vi. You can play towards rerolling also for a Cho'Gath, which is the old version. But the commonalities in all 3 of them, you're going to find an Echo. You're going to play a Singe later if you lose some health. You're going to play a Seraphine later to combine with all this, and you're going to have a pretty good time because Echo, once he has that crit, especially with a Jewel Lotus or something as an augment, is very happy. You must have the best in slot items. You really need this Bloodthirster. You really need the Titan's Resolve, and you must need either a Ginzu's or a Ginzu's with Jewel Nullis or a Jewel Gauntlet. But either way, it's a really good spot for. It's not the best spot. We definitely want to find more Echoes than that on that kind of big roll down, but at least found some Echoes. Over here on the other end,
able to get the Echo too on the roll down. Luckily enough. Thankfully enough.
So I'm a little bit surprised. Weishin is rolling down quite aggressively here. Really, really trying to hit some star levels on the Noxus and on some kind of carry, but all the way down to true 0. True 0 roll down. I'm very surprised here.
They're selling to make the 10 by the looks of things. Hoping for the win to get that 1 extra gold to make the 10.
Yeah, if we don't win, we gotta sell this Alawi, but man, Weishin's gonna be very poor. Like, extremely poor. This is not the greatest spot for Weishin, who I guess I'm gonna guess that Weishin was just trying to say, I want, you know, one more star level on my carry. Like, I want a 2-star, like a 3-star carry, sorry, a 2-star carry on one of my 3 costs, and that's all I need. But that's all I need turned into rolling down to 10 gold. So, not the greatest situation for Weishin there. Heading back to the carousel.
It's a very tanky carousel. I'm seeing a lot of defensive items here.
By the way, Kint is back, by the way. So Kint did manage to live. Is back, thankfully. Although not going to be happy about the situation, but, you know, still alive, which is good. Weishin gets to have a misfortune with a glove. Not sure how it's going to fund the board. We're going to see. Me4Straight taking another bow. I'm wondering if Me4Straight is eventually going to go towards something that involves a sort of Ziggs board. As we see over here, I think this is, this is the Calculated Loss Tunington. Wants to play for Sona 3, Jarvan 3, but actually decided, I think he actually opted against it. Wait. Okay. He seems to have determined that he sold some of those Sonas. He believes that he can actually just go for a fast tempo Demacia instead. He's saying, I'm not gonna spend the time to try to find these other units. I'm just gonna go for Demacia Lux, Demacia Garen, and honestly, maybe that's correct given the speed of the lobby, right? A Demacia board can be strong, but the only problem is look at Michael, who also has a Demacian emblem, right? And it's contesting, so it's going to be very tough to find. Having the Lux already is very nice. I think that's probably what sparked this idea. Pardon the pun, but it's going to be very, very tricky because you're still contested, right? You're still contested, and Michael's board winning for now, and Trinity dropping to quite a low health for what could otherwise be a Tempo Demacia board.
Oh.
Alright, JD Zielinski, how's he doing? Not the greatest spot either. At 3-6, only having 3 Echoes is definitely not where you want to be if you're looking for Echo reroll. Only having 4 Nikos is not where you want to be either if you're rolling for Nico. This is kind of a doomed spot unless JD can find some sort of bailout, like a gain 20 something rolls or something, because there is an augment that gives you a bunch of rolls immediately to roll as much as you want. That might be what JD
Maybe
needs.
even something like Invested if we get Prismatic Augment for our next one.
Invested would give the gold. That is true, and it would also give you more rerolls per when you have more than a certain amount of gold. But would he have the time to roll it afterwards is kind of scary. It's definitely an option. You might even just take it just to immediately roll it all down, right? Like in that spot, you take Invested, you have like 100 gold or something, you just roll it all down immediately to try to immediately hit your 3-star to keep your tempo up. Otherwise, you might just die. But it is a gold infusion in that case, which basically means you get around like 30, 20 or 30 rerolls plus the item, the units you have to buy. So it is possible. It's very possible to take that actually. Alright, Trinton still keeping the tempo with Demacia. Yeah, just opting to keep leveling. Wants to just try to get to high levels. Basically saying, I'm not going to hit Sona 3 that easily. It doesn't matter to me. I'll just keep whatever I find. And for now, just playing towards a fast-paced Demacia.
Bakigam also hitting that 2-star Draven there as well. Seeing that pop up on our right.
2-star Draven. Interesting. So is that going to be... I need to keep track of what's going on there.
They are running the Bilgewater comp, so they've got the 2-star Draven for Quick Striker.
Okay, so this makes sense. So you don't have to play Draven GP reroll to play Draven GP reroll. Just having and fielding that 2-star Draven can just be a way to get some extra gold, right? A free sort of golden edge, if you might say, from last set. To just keep getting more and more gold and keep speed leveling up. As you see, Pakigam already on level 8 at 4-1, finds the GP2 over here. A bunch of emblems as well. And whose board is this? Yeah, this is Paki's board. Yep. Has the Fizz. Actually opting to put the Captain's Brew on the Fizz for now, which makes sense. Because he's got a 3 items on his TF and doesn't want to move those items until he's got another unit that's better for holding them. But yeah, has really good tempo. By the way, has 34 gold still.
As well.
Yeah, still has 30 gold. So very happy. Could easily hit fast 9 here, honestly. Maybe in like 4-4, 4-5 has the opportunity to go to level 9. And doesn't really care about losing fights, but it's still winning them anyway, honestly. Let's see how this goes.
Looking at that black market, what do you get here? Obviously, we've got the MF, the Fizz, the Graves. I'm looking at that Lucky Doubloon just to get even more of those serpents, you know?
Lucky could be a choice to try to get more serpents. I think he might even just try, like, he might fish for black market rerolls just to try to find...
And there we go. There is the Prismatic Augment here.
Could be a huge difference for some of these players. I mean, Money Monsoon is so good, but so is Retribution. Okay. Ooh, yeah.
Jeweled Lotus, too. They do choose to roll past everything. Going for that Jeweled Lotus.
Yeah, Jeweled Lotus is so strong with this sort of AP team, right? If you have an AP team, and you know you're playing an AP team, in this case, we're playing the 4 Invoker, each of those AP holders is going to crit over and over and over again. It's going to be kind of an insane synergy. So it makes sense here, especially with the quick gloves.
As well. So they're getting those extra traits from the emblems.
Yeah, makes it easier to proc something, maybe like a Rise later, who knows. Hold the line here. So Wasion is basically hedging on, I'm going to make more and more frontline and just stick with this core, is what I think he's aiming for. One thing you'll notice is because he has hold the line, he's putting anybody that's a damage holder in the back so they do more damage even if they are a melee unit.
They've also got the augment where they start with less health but do extra damage, I'm pretty sure. Seeing the free backline start with about 90% HP.
And I think that extra damage was the difference in this fight. So
It
Michael
was the
going down to
extra
very low
difference.
health, by the way.
Seeing the LeBlanc cast take out 2 of their heavy hitters in the backline there. And still not back from their latest... Oh no, they just got back from the latest disconnect. Hopefully they will be able to pull it back. They have 13 health. They have to do what they can. Going for level 8.
Yep. At this point, if you're Kind, you're saying, I am probably going to die, but can I get a 6th? Can I get a 7th? That is kind of the hope you're going for here, because you know you're probably not going to get a top 4. So even getting 2 points is better than getting 1. And so he's saying, all right, I'm just going to roll down level 8. I'm going to feel the best units I can. I have Tiny but Deadly. I'm just going to play the strongest board I have right now and see what I can get done. Actually, it does not get the full Exiles value here because those 2 units are placed right next to each other. So those 2 units are not going to have Exile shields. But that most important thing is that Rift Herald has some extra shielding, but we'll see. Is that 2
Look at
singed?
those tiny units.
Double singed. Trying to make it work, but yeah. I don't know if this board can survive. I think Quintanilla is just too behind tempo here against JD's board, who has an Infinity Force. Oh boy, yeah. Unfortunate game for Quintanilla. I think the power outages really got to him. Wait, he's still alive. Oh no, he's not. He's not.
Nope.
He's dead.
That's so unfortunate for Kent this game.
I mean, the only solace that Kint can have is that in the first game he got second. So at this point, you know, he's basically as if he got two fifths, which isn't terrible, right? 2/5. I mean, you're still in an okay spot, but definitely would have loved to have more points in this one. As we keep going here, Wei-Shin Iverson, by the way, threatening what we were talking about earlier with another great game. I wonder if it's just Wei-Shin going first could happen, and then going immediately to check would be very scary. Okay, so Ionia Yunara playing Yunara game for me for Straith, and it makes a lot of sense. Has the guaranteed Rage Blade, made a Kraken Slayer, has a damage up on him, and says, you know what? Yunara is undervalued and it's playable. I'm going to play it. I'm going to be less contested. I have this set. It's going to be strong, and now gets rewarded with the Wukong too.
Just got the two-star Wukong as well.
Yes, that 2-star Wukong basically gets to live 2.5 lives, especially with these items, right? 1.5 lives at first, and then another extra life once the corpse is there, the statue. So the passive for Wukong doing a ton of work, and allows Yunara to just keep shooting like this over and over, firing all those orbs at people.
Having the set solo frontlining as well, trying to get his passive active as soon as possible. And here he comes back in, having the extra attack speed and the true damage.
What a beast.
Melting the other unit on the board there.
Great. So what's the deal with some of these other boards? Let's see. So Soju,
I saw a Nidalee for a moment there.
I think Soju still has... Yeah, we did see a Nidalee on someone's board. I wonder who's playing the Skarner Ixtal, I guess, maybe? But yeah, Soju has Jewel Lotus, just has combat, trying to play the best board possible. Can't get to level 9. Does not have the econ to get to level 9 for now. So just trying to basically get as many fights as possible and just not be in 8th, not be in 7th here. It's a fine board, but some of these boards are probably going to outclass it, is my worry. Even with the combat. We'll see. It's pretty unfortunate.
You never know. The Freljord set, the Freljord trait might help, giving the backline that extra damage and the front line that extra durability. All-round tankiness and extra damage.
Oh, look at this Demacia board just doing so much resistance and so much damage. And K3 Soju, I think, is down to 1 life. Yep. I think it's
just about, yeah. I
think it's an unlucky game for Soju in some sense because Soju with... Oh my goodness. Does this set win? No, this set just barely loses. Oh my gosh. I was going to say that...
No lifesteal on the set. But a Galio unlock.
I think I was gonna add that basically Soju took the patient study to try to get to high levels, but not getting to fast 9 when you took like patient study, or like the level, whatever the leveling augment was, does not feel very great.
I think it was Epoch, wasn't it?
Was it Epoch? In any case, did not get to level 9 with the Epoch, not feeling great about it, right? Because it gives you the extra XP, extra rolls, doesn't feel that great. So Michael has a Demacian board. Did manage to survive till now, but not really able to hit a lot of the units that he wanted. No Lux on this board. Just has a Kaisa. Oh, Kaisa 2 though. Kaisa 2 is definitely an upgrade, especially with that Infinity Force. Going to do a lot. Has Exiles for some extra value. It's not the worst case board. 80 Kaisa, maybe not. We'll see. Soju did manage to get to level 9, I think, if I'm counting correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I think. Yes.
It also says in the center of the map, my dear.
Oh, right. In any case, still alive, having this 5 Noxus and 4 Bruiser Freljord combo with 4 Invoker. It's kind of a Freljord team. Is it going to be enough, though? JD Zielinski did not level yet and is still only on the reroll Echo. Is the reroll Echo enough to win? I think maybe this reroll Echo loses this fight, but we'll see. Yeah.
Yeah.
So K3 Soju sort of spiked right there by getting the 5 Noxes in on the board, which makes sense. Otherwise, he probably would have been dead. But gonna have a tough time capping out even further than that because there's not a whole lot left for him in terms of gold. Trinton managed to win that one against Pokygom. Unlocks the cannon. I mean, this is a pretty reasonable Demacia board. Earlier we were going for the reroll Sona, no longer. Now it's just Lux Garen, and Lux 2 Garen 2, we've seen multiple times in this tournament, has been a pretty stable board, so it's good enough for now. Me first Wraith, just patiently waiting for the moment that K3 Soju or Michael dies, because the moment that one of those two is out, he gets a massive infusion of 40 gold, and he's either going to 10 or he can roll for a bunch more stuff. Probably I'd say he's going to 10 if I had to guess. As we can see, rolling into Pokygom here. Pokygom, like we said before, playing the Rise. Yeah, I think Pocky just found many different ways to make the Rise happen, I guess, is kind of the thing we've been noticing the second day, on this third day. Yeah, it's a Fizz in this Rise comp. Oh my goodness. Very interesting. So it's a Bilgewater Rise, I'm gonna guess? Maybe? Either way, Ionia, Yunara Flex, still doing decent work. The true damage. Oh, gets killed in the middle of the cast, though. And it's just a statue left to deal with this Fizz. Pocky wins that fight in 1 unit difference.
And there goes Soju as well, our second fall here.
The speedy couple kill did work out for me. First or 8th. Gonna get a bunch of gold there and look for some stuff. Is this? Okay. So it's a Nico
2 gold, but
Echo
there is a
reroll.
singed. Does opt to sell the Seraphine for that 2-star Singe there.
Okay, so earlier we said that JD really needed some sort of reroll augment to sort of get back to the game. He got Commerce Core. It's honestly the best thing he could have gotten. And it made such a difference because look, he's got extra rerolls despite hitting all his units now. Look at this. 3-star Echo, 3-star Nico, feeling pretty stable. Has an Infinity Force on this Echo, which is honestly not that bad. Oh yeah. JD is honestly feeling pretty good because this Echo is a beast in stage 4 and pretty good in early stage 5. So probably going to head for at least the top 4 is the idea for JD. Hopefully. That's his hope. So we can see over here. Less health for Tunington as well. Me first or 8th also taking some damage. Okay.
Seeing a few emblems here as well. Noxus emblem and Ixtal. Ishtal? Ishtal.
Ixtal? What's the... I don't know. We need a pronunciation guide, Riot.
Well, I'm pretty sure Kiana pronounces it as Ishtal. And she's like, what, the queen or something?
That makes sense. Alright, JD just taking the Crown Guard for an extra tank item. And yeah, we can see Pocky's board.
Does get the Noxus emblem too there.
Ooh, so this is a Bilgewater. It is a Bilgewater Rise. This is really interesting. So playing around Bilgewater, but playing around a Rise cap actually skips past the Ziggs. That's interesting to me. Has an Ornn 2 on the board. Probably could splash. Oh, a Kindred 2 as well. Okay.
Opts to sell it to get the Kindred in. There is also that 2-star Tom they haven't fed yet.
Okay, so here's my thought. The thought here is the Pocket is saying, I think now that we've farmed some artifacts, I no longer need this Orin. He only really prints me more artifacts. I'm down to just put these on better units now and play for something else. The only sad thing for me here is that there's not a lot of different regions being procced for this rise, right? This rise is only really proccing the Bilgewater, Yordle, and Targon. Like there's no fourth region for this rise, which is actually kind of shocking, but it's working. For now, it's actually working because we have the rise too.
For them, yeah.
Yeah. The one good news though is that this rise, because he is Bilgewater, he benefits from all the Bilgewater buffs that were bought in the game. So you've basically got a sort of Giga rise of sorts that is kind of going to be very huge. Really wants to find that rise to maybe in the 6-1 roll down. For now, just holding on because he has a bunch of health. Says, I'm down to sacrifice 1 life. I will probably win this fight anyway with the 2 artifacts on this Shyvana. Oh, he actually rolls down. He rolls down and he finds rise 2. He must have heard me saying something about it.
Gets the rise 2, has the 2-star Tom, has the 1-star other 5 costs that are there, the Shyvana and the Volibear. Looking like some real tasty soup with those 5 costs on the board.
Yeah, having the 3-star Alawi also, I mean, she's a pretty decent tank. And she's a cheap tank to get from the Bilgewater shop. So I think it's also good tech there to just say, hey, cheap tank, cheap 3-star, we'll take it. Good enough to be basically a 2-cost 3-star given all the Bilgewater buffs that are bought.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Tunington's going to be dead here. Yep. So Pocky knocks out Tunington there. Very strong performance from Pocky so far with this Rise game. Doing a good job of staying alive. Me first to 8th falling down. Weijian Iverson also has lost a decent chunk of health at this point. Another Poison coming here. We are going to wait to see what happened here.
Pause. And I'm looking at some of these life totals. We've got 3 of them that are at lethal health here going into the 6th stage. We've got Michael, we've got Me First or 8th, we've got even Weijian on 18 health here.
Yeah, a lot of folks on 1 or 2, honestly, 1 or 2 lives, right? Gonna be curious to see what happens here. Looks like it was just a bit of a lag spike here, so Pocky's gonna relog in. I guess in terms of spots, who do you think wins out here, Robin? Who do you think is going to be strongest?
Honestly, it's anyone's game, because even like Michael on the 10 health here has a 5 win streak, but we've got Pocky on 2 with 26 health. We've got JD Selinsky 21 just having their win streak start. It is anybody's game.
Yeah, I do agree. I think it might end up coming down to how these boards can cap, right? One thing that might push someone like Pocky over the edge is if you can get a Volibear too, right? Although I think that Pocky's board looks really strong right now and has a chance to win.
Or
Alternatively,
even getting that Shyvana too with the 2 artifacts that it has on it.
Exactly. So we'll see what happens here. Me First or 8th here with also, like, Me First or 8th's board is also very strong. It's definitely a strong board.
Yeah. Got the 2-star Set, the 2-star Yunara, the 2-star Shyvana as well. Not so many, not itemized Yunara, just got that Death Blade.
Yeah, I think honestly, personally, I think that this board can be upgraded if we can replace this Ashe. This Ashe, honestly, doesn't have a lot of traits. We would like to see something else that could fit. Any other Quick Striker probably helps a lot. Most likely, if you can find a Kindred, it's really nice. But Pocky holding the Kindred too, so it's very hard to find Kindred. There's another Kindred actually.
10 here as well.
Oh my goodness. Okay, the cap out here for Pocky seems to be that it's going to be a 6 bruiser. So the idea is that you can never really reach this rise if your front line is this big with 6 bruiser, and I think it makes a ton of sense. Especially with the artifacts that we've got on this indomitable Light Shield Crest Wukong, which, by the way, the Light Shields will keep popping as long as that passive is alive, right? So
yeah,
it gets the maximum value, honestly. Yeah. Okay, is it enough to take down the Demacia board, though? This Rise doing a lot of work. Blue buff casting so much. I mean, this Wukong is still alive. This Alawi is still alive.
Wukong is still alive. The Alawi is still alive. The Kindred might still be able to cast and save them.
If the Kindred casts one more time, this can definitely win with Pokygom. Kindred needs to cast one more time.
But the Garen is just refusing to die here. There's the cast
there
of
it
the
is.
Kindred. And there we go. There goes the first or 8.
Honestly, really unlucky
And
for
Michael.
for the matchups, right? For Michael there, because if
Yeah.
Michael ran to anybody else, maybe there's a chance you can sort of scam a top 4. But
Ooh, JD Selinsky 2 off of a 3-star Nidalee here.
oh, this is sort of the one out that JD has. If JD hits a 3-star Nidalee, that would beat anything that Pocky has here, I think. Even with the Rise 2 and the 6 Bruiser, I think it would be strong enough they could win because it can't be targeted until that Nico is dead.
And that is a very tanky Nico, having these Steadfast Heart for that extra durability, especially above half health.
And getting to
With the
fight
Sunfire
Weijin here
and
instead
the
of Pocky
Spirit.
is huge for JD because there's a good chance that even if it's a loss that might be survivable, honestly.
Yeah.
But
they might be able to kill enough units. Even if they lose, they might just be able to survive.
yeah, this Nidalee is doing
That
so much work. This
Seraphine
Echo's doing
getting
so
the
much work.
cast as well.
Weijin is
Weijin
not dead.
surviving on free.
3 health. 3 health. So JD has a little bit more time. If JD can win, okay, JD is probably not going to win this next fight. But if JD can kill enough units to survive, has a chance that the Nidalee 3 could win the game. And the thing is, it's really tough because no one else is playing Ishtal, and no one else has unlocked the Nidalee, I think. Or sorry, no one else has unlocked the Nidalee using the two 2-star Nikos. So the chances of seeing it in the pool just from JD is quite low, unfortunately, because of the reduced odds, the multiplier. When you're the only one that has a certain unit, it's a lot harder to find that unit once you get to 2-star / once you've taken enough out of the pool. But maybe there's a chance you can see like a dupe of some kind or something that can help out. Maybe we'll see.
There
Alright.
is a world.
There's a world. All right. Well, JD's Seraphine is already dead, which is not good. He really needs to lose by only a little. So Echo's staying alive for now.
Wukong also falling for that second time as well. The light shield rocking. There goes the Singe.
And
JD
okay,
Selinsky
staying alive with 2
just
health.
surviving on 2 health.
And Weijin is dead.
Weijin goes out at a 3rd place.
So it's gonna be JD versus Pocky for the ending here. I mean, what do you take if you're these two? I think, yeah, Pocky just goes for the denial, I think. Pocky's just saying, I know you need this item, I'm gonna deny it, probably, is my theory. JD takes the Morellos to try to get some burn, try to burn through those bruisers. It's a decent try. But I think, honestly, unless if you see the Nidalee 3 this round, I think Pokygom has sealed second game in the books. And I think Pocky also, knowing that, is rolling aggressively just to see if he can find any upgrade to the board. Like, anything he can add to the board, any unit they can feed to Tom Kench that's better, right? He's trying to find the best he can. Wow.
Unfortunately, not being able to find that second volley bear either for that 2-star.
It may not matter, though. Okay.
It might not.
Is that Nidalee 3-star?
It is not. But can this Nico survive long enough for this Nidalee to do enough work?
I don't think it's going to happen. I think this Rise is
Kindred
going to take
casting,
it down.
saving.
By the way, this Rise gets to play Bilgewater items. Look at that Rise. He has Bilgewater
Oh
items.
yeah, got the Captain's Brew. But it's not enough, and Pocky taking the second game.
Pokygom with an absolutely clinical performance in this one. Honestly, today, Pocky showcasing the other ways to get to Rise. You don't have to play Yordles. You don't have to play Ionia. There are other pathways to unlock the Rune Mage himself. What a game from Pocky with 2 straight Rise games and 2 straight, I believe, top 4s. Now in prime position to sort of take over.
Yeah, his Rise read the runes and his opponents lost, that's for sure.
What a pull. Good one there. As, yeah, I mean, I think this seems to be the game plan for Pocky. We're just going to find ways to play Rise that don't have to be the main line, and it's working. And this is the sort of secret tech that I think folks were not really taught. Like, it's interesting because day 1, day 2, you want to play the best things possible to survive, but also, if you're a player that knows you have a good chance of making day 3, maybe you hide 1 or 2 of these ideas. So far, looks like Pocky's got some tricks up his sleeve, and they are working.
We've had some really, really good decisions here from Pokygom as well. Like you said, being able to find different ways that people might not expect to find that Rise.
Absolutely. I think the choice of going for Bilgewater but then capping out with a different board that is slightly, it's Bilgewater-esque, but it's also not completely just Bilgewater, and it works, was amazing. What a game for these two. All right, so points on the board. Here we go here at
Here we
day
go.
3.
Gum and Wasian with joint first with 6 and 8 for both of them. JD bringing up third place with 11. Michael with 9. Me first or 8, and Kint with 8. Unfortunately, Kint losing out there with the constant power outages, which is really unfortunate for them. Tunnington and then K3 Soju taking up 7 and 8.
So here's the deal. If Pocky or Wasian can finish top 2, they will be in check next after this game. So those two have a chance to get into check with this game if they get a top 2 finish. Alternatively, no one else can make it to check after this game.
No? Not even top 2, top 3, no?
Oh, top 3, yes, top
6.
3. Even 6 points is good enough. That's true. A top 3 is good enough to make it. So if those two place in top 3, they will be in check for game 4. No one else can make it to check after this next game. Gonna be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out in the next game. And hopefully this time, Kin's power can stay throughout the whole game.
Hopefully.
Alrighty. So, I think, yeah, I didn't expect to see. I'm actually not. We're not seeing a lot of Ziggs today. I'm actually surprised. I think
We're not. No.
I think the main reasoning I would give is that we haven't seen a lot of huge econ. I think the thing that these pros are realizing is that Ziggs is great, but the econ required to get to Ziggs 2 is kind of extreme. And if you're not going to get massive econ, it's hard to, unless you have massive tempo with a really big Yordles board or something else, it's pretty tough to get to the level 9 quick enough to find a Ziggs 2.
For sure. We might see it going into game 3.
All right. Well, we're going to take another quick break before we get to the next game, just to get ourselves prepped and ready and reset ourselves for the next game. Looking forward to see you guys back after the break here on Guardian Angel League with more action from the TPC Shurima Cup. Can't wait for more. Hope to see you guys in just a second. All right,
We're back.
We are back here at the TPC Shurima Cup on day 3, third game of the final lobby for these folks. Pokygom and Wage and Iverson have a chance to get into check with top 3s. Everyone else is just playing for placements, playing for points.
Getting the Lissandra opener once again, having everyone able to have 5 1-cost starters.
Yep, 5
really
1-cost
open
starters.
up to some interesting boards.
The thing here is, again, as before, oh my goodness. Okay, Michael must play Yordles here.
Oh
Michael
my
must play
goodness,
Yordles here.
yeah.
If you get the Teemo drop and the Tristana drop, you are absolutely... Look at him clicking between them over and over again. He knows. He knows.
He knows. He knows. There's the Teemo
Yep.
immediately going into it. There we are.
If there was ever a game, and here's the thing, if I'm him, I'm even down to sell all these units to try to make 10. Okay, never mind. Opting to keep the Invoker just for now in case we can go for an Invoker line, but if there's anything you can do, I would just make 10.
That Invoker could help go towards the Kobuko later down the line as well.
It could. We'll see. But he doesn't really have frontline units, so maybe holding these units is good for frontline, but oh my gosh, another Yordle.
There is another Tristana.
And the Lulu as well.
And the Lulu. Just missing out on that... Just missing out on the Rumble right now. We do see that JD Selinsky does get the 2-star Lulu there. They might also be doing something similar.
Okay, yeah, I'm not surprised that we sell this Nivea and we hold this Shen because we don't have a front line right now, right? We need some sort of front line. The Lulu, it can actually sort of fake as a front line. You can often do this thing where you sort of place her like Michael did there, even in regular fights. Slams the items to unlock the Poppy. Now has the ability to play four Yordles. It's going to be a Yordle game for Michael. All right.
We have a gold augment start here. I'm always super excited to see Yordle game, and Michael also picking up Stars Are Born.
Oh my goodness, Michael. Okay, the tech there is that if you have Stars Are Born, we just unlocked a unit, right? We can immediately buy that unit as a 2-star unit, and it's guaranteed to show up. This is why Stars Are Born is so good with for any team. Like, let's say, for instance, you're playing Shadow Isles and you just unlocked Yorick, or let's say you are playing any of these comps where you just unlocked a unit. The moment you unlock it, you can immediately buy it with Stars Are Born because you're getting a immediate 2-star. It's a massive tempo infusion into your game. And you still have the ability to buy another 2-star 1-cost unit.
JD Selinsky picking up that Pandora's items, as well as Kin picking up the Seraphim staff.
Yeah, JD's gonna feel a little hard done here because he had the 2-star Lulu, but look at Michael's start on the Yordles is so much better, right? It's just so much stronger.
So much stronger. Having that 2-star Poppy with the Gargoyle Stoneplate, immediately super tanky and super powerful.
So I see that Kint has the Seraphim staff, by the way. There's a good chance Kint's going to play towards a Sona reroll, which is interesting because it looks like Pocky's also playing towards that reroll. Look at this, right?
Yeah.
Pocky gets the Jarvan too.
They could also be going for that Echo reroll. Oh, never mind. They choose to sell all of their Zornites there.
Ooh.
Getting the Bard.
So Pocky's opting to play with the Bard to try to get free rerolls for the Sona comp. It makes sense. It makes sense. I think it's an idea. He had so much that he could do for it that it's worth it. He manages to honestly he's like, okay, I've already rolled this much to try to find 2-star Jarvan and 2-star Sona anyway. I might as well just unlock Bard and get the free rerolls when I lose. And I think that's a smart call.
Yeah. Koju with the Juggernaut Void. Long shot as well. 2 Void, 2 Juggernaut, 2 long shot here.
I mean, long shot comps are in high value because of that Ziggs at the end of the game, right? And all the things you want, all the carries you want are unlockable, so they're mildly guaranteed. You're guaranteed to see a Kaisa as long as you have 3 items on a long shot. You're guaranteed to see the Ziggs as long as you have 3 items on a long shot. So it's kind of doable regardless, I think. Trinity, though, also has a Void start, but maybe aiming towards a... It's interesting. It could be aiming towards a Veleth, right? We have a Titan's Resolve Slam, So maybe that's going to go into a
And we
Belveth
have
or even
the
towards
items
Echo.
for an IE as
Yeah.
well.
You know what it could be? It could be Echo reroll. It might become Echo
Okay.
reroll because if you get the cloak from the carousel here, you're suddenly going to be able to play Echo with these items, and then maybe put like a JG on for the last item. So I think that's a line that Trinity might be considering here. We'll see. All right, moving forward here as we go. Back to the carousel we go. JD Zielinski and Trinington gonna be the first up in terms of what they're looking for. Like I said, Trinington might be going for that. Yes, going for the cloak. I think it's gonna be an Echo.
Cloak.
I think it's gonna be an Echo play, or it could be a Belveth play. Either way, we'll see what happens. Belveth also could use those items. It's not terrible on her, but I would guess it's going to be Echo. JD with the rough Yoriel start, not going to be feeling pretty good about that, but just playing whatever he can for now. And yeah, interesting to see how this is going out. What is this? This is Hustler. Ooh, Weijun is playing. Is it Hustler or is it going long? It's one or the other. It's Hustler. Okay, it is Hustler. So the idea here is that with Hustler, you care nothing about interest. You are the most tempo gamer of all time. You are playing basically with no interest in saying, I'm going to just spend all my gold immediately all the time to level as fast as possible and be ahead of the lobby and then sort of, just be illegally ahead. And that's what Weijun is because he's playing
With
Hustler
the
Bilgewater.
as well.
Exactly.
Really not caring for that interest. They have that second shop. They have that black market.
Precisely. The innate value that black market gives you for free econ that's sort of hidden in the sometimes you get free shops, sometimes you get free stats in this Bilgewater black market means that Bilgewater is a great candidate for Hustler to just sort of get ahead, play for tempo, and just win fights for free. And look, Weijun is winning these fights for free. Level 6 already at 2-5 is kind of insane, but he doesn't lose anything from speed leveling, right? He doesn't lose any interest, so he can just keep doing it and be like, all right, cool. I'm ahead of the whole lobby, and I will be for the rest of the game.
Oh, and we have a Shadow Isles game here as well.
Yeah.
From Me First or 8. Having the Yorick and the Gwen on the board already.
Yes. Me First or 8th, playing towards the Shadow Isles. I guess this is with Pilfer, I think.
I think this is Pilfer.
The main idea here is, let's see, yeah, it is Pilfer. Great. So the idea is the Pilfer gives some econ. It's better than nothing. The items are whatever items you can sort of slam, and that's the idea, is just put whatever items you can slam on this Vigo for now, and just trying to do well with the Shadow Isles. There's not a whole lot more to it. You just sort of play the Shadow Isles until you unlock the Thresh and the Callista, and then once you get to those, you can start dropping some Shadow Isles units for some other units that are probably better on the board. Definitely a Warden core, right? You want to have a Warden core as your front line. An Ornn could be nice if you find it early. All these things are possible.
JD Zielinski here with the 3 Yordles, got those 2 Poppy for the Juggernaut. Unfortunately, is being contested heavily by Michael, who already has 5, I think, having had unlocked the Kennen.
Yeah, I would much rather have Michael's spot here than JD's spot. Despite the one loss that Michael did take, HP is looking a lot better. Having all those Yordles upgraded is a lot better, and gonna unlock, because some of those Yordles are gated behind star levels, unlocking, like, having those 2-star Yordles makes a huge difference. So I like like Michael's spot. I don't know how I feel about JD's spot. JD's gonna have to figure out how to sort of retool the team eventually, otherwise it's gonna be rough. Has good items for Ziggs. Could go for a Ziggs team.
Ooh, 2 Teemos though.
2 Teemos is gonna help a lot. Now we have someone. Oh, wait a second! It's the Veigar line. This is the Veigar line. We have 2 Rabadons.
Oh yeah, we've got 2 Rabadons already. What is that level? Is that a level 7 unlock for the Veigar?
I'm not certain. I'd have to check. But either way, if we get Veigar, now we are completely possibly completely uncontested, right? This is the way to sort of play Yordles without being when you're contested is, okay, we can't get to the Ziggs the same as fast as the other people, but we can just have this Veigar and just play around that. It can be pretty good.
Yeah, especially with the passive for Veigar permanently getting stronger with each kill that he gets with his car too.
And I believe JD is opting to keep these items on the Lulu to try to get the full streak of losses for more econ. Because I think what he wants to do is now speed level to unlock Vagar as fast as possible.
Game here.
All right. Oh my God. Who has this one? Who is this? Is this Michael? Forward thinking. It's always forward thinking. It's always, oh, okay. I can't. If you go to my match history, you will see a game literally played about 3 hours ago that was this exact line. It was Stars Are Born to the Puppy Unlock into forward thinking.
Michael does disconnect here though.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Hopefully it is just a lag spike and nothing too serious. But yeah, Michael with what I call my favorite way to play Yordle. You get Stars Are Born, you automatically have a great tank. You have
I see Pokegum here with the Prismatic.
Oh, I think Pocky must have taken the thing that raises the level of the next augment you get. So it's the one augment better augment where you sort of next augment is Prismatic, which is huge. He gambled looking for Prismatic and he got it, which is very nice.
Yeah.
It's also guaranteed that the next augment cannot be. So it was guaranteed when he saw that the next augment could not be a prismatic augment, because then it wouldn't make any sense. It had to be either a silver or a gold, so it can be upgraded. And Pocky got lucky; it was upgraded to a prismatic. So very happy there.
And I did see Pokegum getting their 3-star Sona, as we can see here.
Pretty happy spot. Gonna feel quite good about this spot.
Extra Sona too. Is this a worth the wait?
Wait, is it worth? I thought it was. Okay, yes. I think it was worth. I think it's worth the wait.
I saw the 3-star Sona and I saw some extras too.
Okay, so there's a bug in the overlay. There's a bug in the overlay. So it's not actually a prismatic. It's just that it looked that way. But Constructed Companion means you get a free Sona 3-star. I mean, that's perfect that's biz for Pocky. Pocky wants that all day. So pretty happy with that. He basically no longer has to roll for Sonas. He only has to find Jarvans, and he's pretty happy. Although Quintanilla also has a 3-star Sona, so two folks with a 3-star Sona, and I mean, how lucky is Pocky to get the Constructed Companion there? So now, here's the thing. Quintanilla is probably in the premier position if you have this comp. Seraphim's Staff on the Sona is going to go insane. Having the 3-star Sona this early is going to go insane. It is kind of going to be a potentially just a win forever comp if he gets lucky.
Yeah.
He can now cap out with like a 3-star Garen or a 3-star Lux and be very happy. All right, so facing against me first Wraith, who I think is still playing the Viego and the Shadow Isles. Probably gonna win this fight, yeah. Like I said, this Seraphim Staff is going to get better and better as the game goes along. It's going to be hard for people to beat this Sono now.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Rift Herald unlocked. Ooh, and a Belveth in the carousel too.
Yeah, Belveth in the carousel is pretty good if you're trying to play Void. And that is Junington's line, but I think, let's see, yes. So Junington gonna get that extra Belveth, at least has the pair. I'm not sure if it's an upgrade to a 2-star, but that's a huge deal. Extra bow also gives him Kraken, which is honestly the best item that works. Best item for Belveth. So he had a cloak on the MF. Now he can put it on his Belveth, and he's very happy there.
USS and Titan's Resolve on this Belveth that I'm seeing though. Bit of an overlap in passives.
Yeah, would definitely want to move that QSS to someone else, or actually move maybe the Gunblade. Actually, it's a close call. What would
never move the Gunblade?
Either way, he also gets to play some Bilgewater here.
Bilgewater game, yeah.
Interesting. Okay, I can see a world.
They're not really caring for the Graves either.
Yeah. You know what could happen? Junington could end up getting to a world where he could actually also play for Rise.
Maybe.
Either case, Quintanilla, so happy, has a 3-star Sona, has Seraphim Staff.
JD Selinsky with
Vagar.
Oh,
but it's not enough, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not even with not even with Veigar. They have the Zillion on their board. Sorry,
Hmm.
level 7 Zillion.
I mean, it's an early pull for sure, but the problem is, how is it fitting on the board? Unclear. As we see, Wei Jin still hustling his way up the standings, able to get to level 8 at 3-6. That's the power of Hustler.
Wow.
Right there. And yes, buying those small stat buffs, keeping the tempo up, playing the best units whenever he has them. Yeah, has 100
JD
health.
with 8 Jordan at a 2-star Biz though.
So 2-star Fizz makes
And
a big
the
difference on this
Veigar
board.
too.
Yes, 2-star Fizz makes a big difference on this board. The scary thing though is that JD Zielinski is sitting on 24 health. So he really needs to get a bunch of upgrades soon, or he's going to be in a rough spot. The 2-star Fizz, though, should we win against this? Yeah. He got very lucky here to go into me first or 8th, who has honestly a weak comp. The Shadow Isles comp has not spiked yet, has not unlocked the Thresh yet, so going to be in a rough spot there. By the way, Quintanilla and Wei Jin still have not faced each other because they both have 10 win streaks.
Yeah.
This is one of those times when matchmaking RNG really makes you feel terrible as the rest of the lobby. Like, if you're any of the other players, you're like, guys, can you guys have fought each other at least once? This is insane. And the problem is, it's multiplicative. They are getting more, well, they're getting more win streak money, I guess, every time because they keep winning. Right? Right. So, we should probably
Both
just
of them
gonna
sitting pretty
keep
is
selling.
Mr. 100. It will definitely be an attack for the Titans.
Righty. Wei Jin honestly opted to roll down here, and it makes sense. He just wants to keep his tempo up. He doesn't care. He's hustling. He wants to have the strongest unit as possible. He was probably hoping for a Fizz 2, is my guess. But MF2 is also fantastic. And now he's going to opt to move some items onto that MF2 because that's a good unit for now. Yep. Bloodthirster. Interesting choices of items here. I think he just values the fact that if these units can heal themselves, if they can get assassinated by a Fizz or something else, or hit by a Lux, maybe they can regen their health back up in the middle of the fight.
This is why I am a Gunblade lover. Don't need to heal yourselves if you're healing yourself and others too. We do see that Fizz getting into the back line.
Yeah, Michael was happy
Wei
earlier,
Jin.
but now Michael is feeling worse and worse because Kint and Wei Jin have sort of been teleported into really strong spots. This has kind of been some insane augment synergy for those two. Pocky also not doing so well.
sure.
Ran into the Sona.
Ooh.
Forward thinking though, this is the time. Max build could be the play to try to hit some crazy costs. He doesn't opt for it. I think the idea with Max build would be to try to take a Ziggs too. Well, actually, no, this is K3 Soju, who also took forward thinking. Oh my goodness. So we had multiple forward thinking players this lobby. And K3 Soju is now level 9 with 12 gold and very low HP. But he is level 9 quite early.
A lot of people hitting level 9 this round, actually.
Oh, the forward thinking players. Michael is going to get a lot here. I mean, Michael's going to unlock, hopefully, Ziggs. Going to unlock, hopefully, something else. We'll see what he goes for, but either way, Soldier's just trying to play the best board with the Void, but it's not looking very pretty. This board looks kind of rough. Probably next turn needs to transform the board into something better, otherwise might be dead, even despite having Exiles. His carry right now is a Kog'Maw 2.
Ooh, yeah. But I mean, might be able to whittle down these wardens bit by bit, especially with his passive on his cast. Just getting rid of 10 resistances each time. And it looks like Wei Jin does lose their first game here, as well as Kin.
They must have greeted some gold. Yeah. Or pivoted their boards. So I think Wei Jin was greeting his board, greeting some gold just to play the 7 Bilgewater and get as much serpents as possible. Still buying buffs. You see, even towards the end, he's still buying the buffs. He's still buying the first
They
tier
are just
buffs.
that valuable.
Mm-hmm.
K3 Soju picking up that 2-star Singed as well.
Michael the Ziggs too.
Re-
Michael the Ziggs too. It's a big spike for him.
Ooh.
He used the forward-thinking Yordles with Stars Are Born to extreme success. Now he's pivoting the board, wants to unlock the Rise, I believe, this turn. Yes, he will get it. Ionia, Zon, Targon, and Yordle. He's going to get Rise. He's going to have the Giga board. Does the Ziggs get to cast? He does. Kaboom! There goes the board. And yep, Set is also still doing push-ups on the right side.
In as well.
But dive to a big
nuked.
Vagar crit for a Fizz crit. Either way, it's okay. That board will only get better from here on out. Pokemon Sona still holding strong for now.
For sure, we see Weijin taking their second loss here. Ooh, 2 pans and a spatula on this one. No one seems to be opting for it right now.
Yeah, I think at this point in the game, Soju and Me First or Eighth are saying that we don't have the luxury of time to craft anything with these spatulas. We just need combat power right now. And if no component makes sense with what they've got, then that's the best they can do, is probably what I'm guessing. If I had to guess, I would expect someone like Pocky, or actually no. Okay, Kint has a spatula, I mean a pan. It's not going to do a whole bunch. Yeah, Me First or Eighth saying I'm probably dead if I don't make some upgrade items. He's probably gonna go for a Spirit Visage on the best tank. Yep. Or thinking about it, yep, Spirit Visage on the tank makes sense. But yeah, stuck on a Loris 2 as the main tank is not a great place to be.
For sure.
K3 Soju also not in the greatest spot either. I don't know if K3 Soju can live this fight. Has a Ziggs 1. But because Michael hit that 6-2 earlier, couldn't really find a 6-2. Had a Kaisa on the roll down. It's better than nothing. Will those two provide enough damage? I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, it's, what, 18% damage amp, even more the further they are away, but it is not enough, it seems. Singed on his own, going down. K3 Soju.
Yeah, K3 Soju this game, a victim of high lobby tempo. This lobby was full with people who are just getting so strong so fast. On any other game, I think there's a role where Soju can sort of live and sort of recoup the losses and get through stage 5. But in this game, hustling from others, sort of the really like fast levels from all the other folks, he just never had a chance to basically make it work, even with forward thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, Trinington opting into, I guess, a sort of
Void here.
Yeah, Void Belveth line. So it is a Belveth line. I guess it's gonna be fine.
Has the Gunslinger emblem, but is opting not to... Oh, never mind. Puts it on the Ambassador here.
Yeah, I think it's a fine call. An emblem is an emblem. Like, it's never gonna be bad. An emblem is an emblem.
An emblem.
And if you get like one of those, it's like, all right, might as well. And then, yeah, I think this is that Bronze for Life actually. Let's check. All right. As we see the Seraphim staff doing so much work, I'm gonna tell you. Oh, wait a sec. Hold on. Never mind.
Oh.
Kint might actually lose this fight, just barely. That's actually huge for Me First Wraith.
Definitely stacking up now.
Like, Me First Wraith lucked out because Me First Wraith could have gotten someone who had just spent a ton of gold. Accidentally got someone who did. Oh my goodness. Okay, do you ever put an orb on your Sona?
Ooh,
because
that would be huge. That would be funny. Big Sona.
Right, she's the last unit on the board, and she has Seraphim staff. And if she survives past the 20-second mark, then yeah, like that Sona can just basically kill everybody for free. So I think that's actually a potential use for the orb, despite the orb being a sort of unlucky artifact there. Know Your Enemy was the emblem, by the way. I mean the augment, by the way. That makes sense. All right, here we go. Be First or Eighth on the last life, trying to roll for something. At least Callista 2. There's Callista 2. Finally gets the Callista 2 on the board. Better than nothing. But yeah, and it has the Thresh, but no other Thresh is found. Stuck on level 8. Not feeling the greatest. There's Last Whisper. There's Shojin. There's Giant Slayer. And opting to double carry on the Seraphine. And yeah, this is kind of, poverty board.
The solo play augment as well. So while it might just be a 2-star Loris here, it's very tanky being the only unit on the row.
But runs into this 3... Is that a 3-star GP? That's a 3-star GP
That
along with this
is
Belveth. Oh my
3-star
goodness.
GP Void.
And this GP also gets Void, by the way. Yep. I think Me First Wraith is dead.
Yep.
And Me First Wraith is eliminated.
Full here. JD Zelensky unlocking that Zig.
Yes. Has the Zigs unlocked? I mean, it's a marvel that JD Zelensky's still alive. That speaks to the power of this Fizz 2 and the Vigar 2. Ooh, okay. I think JD is saying Ziggs is so contested that my only out this game, maybe, is to pray for more Ziggs drops from the Yordle bags and play for Ziggs 3. Right? Because those grab bags that the Yordles drop at 8 Yordles, they do give you some chance of getting hitting, like, if they drop 2 Fizzes, one more Fizz or some champ dupes would be enough to get a Fizz 3, and a Fizz 3 could win out the lobby. That being said, JD's on basically 1 life. So kind of has to win every fight regardless. Fizz is doing good work. The Vagar's doing good work.
It's the Yordle showdown here.
It's working so far. Is that Cannon 3 as well?
In the back.
Oh, it might be Cannon 3. So that's really what the difference is the Cannon 3
with
being good enough.
Bruiser emblem too.
Yes.
So each kill, well, not each kill, that's a different Bruiser emblem.
All right. Now, standings watch here, by the way. Weijin and Pokigam need top 3s to get into check. Right now, Weijin is in position to get into check. Pocky would need to survive in the top 3, spending his gold rand to try to survive. Michael doing the standard sort of Ionic Rise Ziggs combination.
It's only missing the 1 as well for that 2-star Rise. Pokigam getting the 2-star Garen.
2-star Garen will be pretty huge for Pokigam. Pocky also had a 3-star Sona, so as long as he's not going to Tunington, he will be happy with this matchup. And there's Pokigam on the other side of this fight. Only problem is, okay, it's only a Rise 1, but Ziggs 2 is so scary.
It's very scary.
These Demacians are hard to kill, though, so we'll see. How much does the bomb do? It does a lot. Is it enough, though?
And the set is doing his sit-ups, comes in with the full passive.
Another bop, another bop. The boom did not kill Sona. The boom did not kill Sona. Sona's alive.
Ooh, the Sona.
What a clutch fight from Pokigam, knocking out a very scary Rise Ziggs player who would have gotten possibly a Rise 2 very, very soon. That Rise is now gone.
Yeah.
JD Zelensky, by the way, still alive with the
out.
Ziggs.
Yeah.
Oh, and here we go. So JD says, if I get this Yordle emblem, I can replace one of my least performing units with a better unit, put a Yordle emblem on that unit, and now have a better board. Quintanilla opting for the Ionic Spark.
We do see that Tunington and JD both on their last life going into 5-5 here.
Right. What is in the
with
grab
11
bag?
and
Is it
13
Fizzes?
health.
It's not Fizzes, it's just money.
It's gold.
Rolling for better
Tunington again
units.
hitting level 9.
Yeah, not seeing any Fizzes. Okay, abandoning the Fizz dream now and just trying to find a better unit to hold this Yordle emblem. For instance, he could find a defender that's a better defender and put that in instead of this rumble, right? So there's options for sure. Okay, Ops put on the fiddle, gets the luck of playing oh wow, very lucky. Ops gets into a ghost fight. So ghost fight against Weijin's board, which is very good for JD Zelensky. That being said, this Vigar's about to go down. Oh, even the Zig, sorry. Let's see.
Ziggs already at half, does get the cast flow.
But wait.
The Vigar is
still
still alive as well.
Okay, Cannon 3 doing massive work.
For sure.
And Pocky in a
Lux
fight.
Taking up the talisman does go down though.
But Pocky actually beat Quintanilla in the Sona v Sona face-off. Pocky, honestly, it's itemization diff at that point. Yeah. Meanwhile, Weijin has, Tunington has this Belveth, has this GP3, but you can see that slowly but surely it feels like this comp is sort of, it's falling down, right? Like these other comps that have sort of bigger caps are starting to, or even you can even say deadlier caps, are starting to outcap this Tunington board. And it is a good board. Oh, Tunington gets lucky. Shooting gets lucky, manages to fight a ghost board here, so might have a chance of surviving. Yep. Yeah, doing a much better job against the ghost board than on against the regular board. Although I will be saying, this Sona, so scary. Yeah, Sona never got to one-shot any of the carries, was on the wrong side of the board, and as a result, yeah, good job on the ghost fight. Pocky, on the other hand, trying to survive, but these Bilgewater units are reaching the back line. That misfortune is making it rain, but wait a second. Garen is still alive, Sona's still alive, and healing forever, and just barely beats Weijin there. So Pocky in the lead.
Weijin on their last life now. And getting a 2-star Braum.
Alright. If you're Weijin, you must keep feeding this Kench. You must keep finding out what you can do here, because you gotta figure out how can I make my board just a little bit stronger. Opts to play 4 Bruiser and 5 Bilgewater. It's a good board. On most pro games, this is a board that you might expect to win out. Honestly, right? This is the kind of board that you say, yeah, this board would probably win out. But the amount of the number of Sona 3 stars in here, the craziness that's happening means that Weijin's board is looking a little bit meager compared to other boards, which is crazy given its Bilgewater.
Fortunately, with the hustle, it does sort of fall off later on. It gives them a lot of tempo early, but once people start catching up, its value definitely decreases.
I will say, I think one of the problems he was having was he had really just no good damage amp items for his MF, right? His MF had items, but not damage amp, right? Even with the Slayers, it wasn't the greatest. Again, still not finding good damage amp items. I guess Last Whisper is better than nothing, he says. The Wukong 2 is definitely an improvement. He did manage to not get the Fizz to hit his backline. His Fizz hit the Lucian Senna instead of the MF, but now the Fizz is on the MF. Alright. It's gonna come down to this. And JD's out.
JD's out.
JD's out. So is Tunington.
So is Tunington.
So that means that it's confirmed
There
Pocky
we go. We've
and
got
Weijin.
Pocky and Weijin both going into check here.
Yes, both will be in check after this game. That means game 4, there are 2 folks with a chance to win. And oh my goodness. Kint,
Is that a
what
talisman?
an idea.
Yeah.
You orb the Galio. He's not going to enter the fight for a few seconds anyway. He has a much higher chance of proccing this than anyone else does. Honestly, it's a wild decision, but it makes sense. It makes sense.
It does make
Will
sense.
it pay off for him? Going to this Bilge board. Pocky is the lucky one having to place against the Ghost. At this point, though, placement doesn't really matter for Weijin and Pocky, right? Because for them, they've already qualified. They're probably already
they're in
next
check.
game.
They're fine.
Yes. Now it's just a matter of winning the next game, whenever the next game happens. All right. The Galio did not get to proc the Talisman Orb.
Yes, it does.
Wait, it's still there. Never mind, it's still there.
It's
I was
still
wrong.
there.
It's still there. I couldn't see it.
Will it be enough,
Overtime.
though? It still does go down. Gets eaten by the Tom. Hint going down. It comes down to our front runners.
You know,
They just needed to get a third. They decided, nah, we're taking it all the way.
I was talking to the Guardian Angel folks before the games, and I said that Pocky, even yesterday I was saying Pocky has been playing so well in the last couple of sets and been playing amazing. I'm ecstatic to see Pocky doing so well this set. I think Pocky has a fantastic chance at winning the tournament here, especially with being in check, but it's going to be Pocky versus Weijin. Final showdown potentially. If Pocky can win here, he's going to be in great happiness. Either way, both these two are just happy to be in check. They know that what lies next is preparing themselves mentally for the next game for a chance to win the Shurima Cup.
For sure, for sure.
All right.
Fourth game double check, putting a lot of pressure on the rest of the competitors here.
Tom did swallow the Garen, now swallowed the Lux. Not getting the Lux to cast. But all the damage dealers are dead. I think Pocky's got this one in the bag. Pokkygom is going to win Game 3 of the Shurima Cup. Pokegom and Wei Iverson are going into check.
Insane. Both of them going into the check. Like I said, the amount of pressure that the other players must be feeling here, seeing in just one game the top runners already going into check. What do you think they must be feeling?
I mean, it's a nightmare scenario if you are one of the other players, because now not only do you have one person to deal with in check, usually what happens is one person might get into check in game 4 and that's it. You got to deal with 2 players who are in check already and it's game 4. That is really fast pacing, because a lot of these folks are still miles away from even getting to check themselves, which means that not only do they have to try to find points somehow to get into check, but also they really have to try to stop these 2 from winning. And it's a lot harder to stop 2 folks than 1 person. I'm telling you off the bat. If either way, one of those 2 has a really good chance of potentially stealing away a game in game 4, trying to go first. We'll see what happens. You can expect pings galore, spam pings all over the place as soon as the game starts in terms of things that are going to happen for these folks.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I am on the edge of my seat already coming out of game 3 here. It has been such an incredible set for both of these people, and they are just proving just how skilled they are. It is amazing to see.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. It's truly fabulous gameplay from all these folks. I mean, like I said before, some of these boards, there were some boards there that went 5th or 4th where I was like, there's no way that board places 5th or 4th in a non-pro lobby. Like, that board is a strong board. There's no way that should lose. But my goodness, these boards are capping like crazy, and we're seeing some amazing stuff. All right, we're going to take another really quick break here before we get to the next game. Can't wait to see you guys after the break. More amazing TFT action coming right back in just a second. Weijin and Pocky in check here on day 3.
Again. And we're back. Once again, another Lissandra opener.
Yeah, we are right back into the action. Another game with just 5 one-cost start. Reminders for all the folks about checkmate format. The 2 players that have a chance to win the whole tournament are Weijin, and oh my god, double Melio drop for Weijin. Does he go for it? Does he go for it? It's so risky.
Do we go for the Ishtar?
It's so risky.
It's risky, but it has such a huge opportunity to cash out.
And look at all the players there looking and spamming and talking about it. Like they are saying, "Oh my gosh, we have to stop this guy." But he already has two Melios. Like, what do we do?
2 Melios? What do they do against that?
So
like Ishtar already an incredibly risky trait, because it is one of those, like, it's a quest. It's a quest comp.
yes, and the quest can be denied.
Half the time you're expecting to lose out. Yeah.
Like, players might sell their entire boards just to make Weijin win for something, right? Or something like this. So there's ways to counter it, but it's so scary because if you don't block
Unless they opt
it could be a win
so
line.
incredibly safe.
Yeah, Brock 2, all these things can be so scary to deal with. Imagine if Weijin sees Ixtal Expeditionist as his first
That would be insane. There is also the 2-star Viego and the Briar in the shop as well. They could easily pivot to Shadow Isles as well.
I mean, opts to make them for now and play them. I think... So, it's really going to come down to how much risk does Weijin Iverson want to take, right? If Weijin thinks that, okay, this spot is a potential win-out spot, I could make the Ixtal work and get a win-out that's uncontestable, he can try. But at the same time, it's not easy. Not an easy task at all.
We are also just seeing how, like, all of these...
Oh my god, leap of faith. He's not going to play it. He's not going to play it.
They opt to go against it.
Okay.
I guess they think that it will just lock them into a certain comp that can just easily be contested, because you think Alawi having that Bruiser secondary as well as the Bilgewater, that can just be easily denied.
I'm just
stopping the
shocked
potential
because oh my
spike.
god, that's 3 Viegos in the shop.
Oh my god,
does he
that's
just teleport to
that's
Viego 3
more
here?
Viegos.
Well, okay, yeah, I think he's gonna go. So the idea here is that he's going for augmented power. He's trying to say that I have a chance to get a prismatic when no one else does. As you see, Pocky actually did take the leap of faith, by the way. Really huge as well. That can really, like, okay, even if it's contested, it can be very easy to get Alawi 3 using your build shops and duplicators. So
Yeah.
it's a very strong comp. It can do well, but also, if Wei Jin's gamble is the following. He's saying, look, I may not have an augment right now, but if I manage to somehow unlock a prismatic when none of you guys have prismatic, I will win the lobby. So those are the two ideas here. Pocky's saying I can play with Leap of Faith and use that to win out. Wei Jin saying I can use a prismatic potentially next round to win out. Those are the two ideas I think for these two.
Michael getting that LeBlanc super early on as well, with the 2 Anivias there.
Yeah, Michael could lean into Echo 2 and play towards, yes. He might be playing towards an Echo reroll game. His items, though, are not the best for it. Like, he'd rather see some other items, but, you know, at the very least, he can play this for now, and it's pretty good, and he can maybe even lean into Singe Seraphine if he wants to later, if he doesn't like his Echo chances. So, has some options here. The tricky thing, though, is who's really going to contest, I mean... How are you going to contest Shadow Isles? You really can't. I think it's part of why. That's part of why Wei Jin is playing Shadow Isles. Is look, unless if you play Viego, you can't unlock any of these units. You can't contest me, and if I have an augment, I can be uncontestable. So that's the idea with the Shadow Isles, is to be uncontestable.
And already having 6 Viegos too, just immediately cutting down the pool, just to make it even more difficult.
And Soju knows. And he tried to even hold some Viegos. But the problem is he can't unlock unless he has a 2-star. So he has to try to find a way to... Like, if you want to deny and try to get into to Wei Jin's units, you have to find a way to get a 2-star Viego as well. And that's really hard given that all that, like you said, all that pool is just disintegrated. Soju's playing Bilgewater.
Also opting to pick up that Bilgewater to stop Pocky too, with the Leap of Faith.
I think Soju is playing the role of spoiler here for the lobby and saying, look, someone has to stop these folks from winning easily. I think it's going to be me. And he's playing this Viego. He's playing this Ilaoi. He's trying to sort of contest the comps and see if he can maybe stop what seems like some really good spots for these two.
Is definitely taking one for the team. Especially only having 4 points, unfortunately, for Soju. Sort of thinking that maybe there's no hope in them getting a first place, so they can just stop anyone else.
Yeah. If you know your spot is doomed, you do everything you can to just stop the winners from winning, right? Because you just want the game to continue. That, I think, seems to be the idea. All right. JD Zielinski is playing some Piltover, I think, over there. We have Michael, who we said earlier, is going for this reroll comp with the Echo for now. Makes sense. Quintanilla has some Yordles on the board, it looks like. So decent spread. But yeah, I think for all these folks, they got to figure out a way to stop. Yeah, there it is. Soju taking the Alawis out of the pool, saying, look, I can't let you win for free. Also holding those Viegos, trying his best to try to stop Wei Jin from running away with it either. Pings across the board as people start looking at what are people playing, what's going on, how can we stop these guys? Looks like JD Zielinski took one of the I think it's the air axiom. It's just a way of getting some extra utility on the board. If you know you're gonna play something like a Yunar or something else later, it works out. It's not bad. It basically you never have to build utility items when you play one of the axioms. Alrighty. Right back into this. So
we are seeing already Pocky top of the leaderboard with that 4-win streak.
Yeah, that big Alawi does a lot. Like, the thing is, Bilgewater was already a tempo comp. If you add in a extra powerful Alawi on top of that, that's really cheap and easy to get a 2-star of, and possibly even a 3-star of, now you're extreme tempo gaming, and that's very scary for the rest of the lobby. Like, can you even stop this Pocky guy with the Leap of Faith? Who knows? But also, can you even stop this Weijin guy with the unlockable shadows and the potential prismatic augment? Who knows?
Yeah.
Quintanilla playing sort of the most sort of diverse trait board we've seen yet today, with 5 traits on 2-6, not bad. Basically, it's a Yordle board, but Yordle board with a chance of going into Ziggs maybe is the idea in Ziggs and Rise. That's probably what I'm going to guess is going on here. Just playing the best board and trying to save some health, and does manage to stop Pokegom, which is kind of huge. Stopping Pokegom's streak is massive in terms of the swing for the econ for the whole lobby, right? Now Pocky can't just get a free win streak going with the Alawi.
Yeah.
Shunington also playing Bilgewater, trying to contest the Bilgewater, not letting Pokegom have a free Bilgewater game. What did... Okay. So, okay. Alright. Shunington opting to just itemize this Graves for now, playing the Bilgewater. Like I said, has to play to try to contest Pokegom, not let the spot go for free. Has pretty good econ, right? Making 50 gold, level 5, feels pretty good there. Slice of Life, giving him some random good units is the hope. Finds the TF2, which is very nice.
Too. Yeah.
Looking down at the standings as well. I mean, I guess it's really going to come down to this next augment. Like, in this next augment, we will have a much better picture of what happens, because we will know whether Weijin Iverson is going for... We'll have a prismatic augment for free, or we'll have another silver. Because it's either going to be silver, and then something, or silver, gold, and then something. And if it's silver, gold, that means Weijin gets a prismatic for free when no one else does. And those prismatics are kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Alright, Leap of Faith from Pokegom. Look at this Alawi. She's jumping. She's grooving. Despite Trinton challenging the comp. Yes, exactly. She is indeed in motion. Although, this TF2 doing a lot of work.
It is.
Can the Draven clutch it out?
Let's get the cast.
One more auto.
Ooh.
Wow, huge swing. That's a huge swing.
Huge.
If Trinton wins that there, I think Pocky's in a much worse spot, honestly, in terms of health.
Yeah. It is another silver.
It's a silver, so Weijin's bet did not pay off.
Me first
Weijin's bet did
getting
not
that
pay
3-star job, and also has the 3-star Sonar already going into 3-2.
Wait a second. 3 stars on both going into 3-2 is insanely ahead of the tempo curve. You usually see at least one of them at 3-5. Already here, he doesn't have to spend any more gold.
5 Demacia, and has a Demacia emblem as well.
Unbelievable game. Me first or 8th in prime position to win the lobby here. Has good items for the Sona. And the biggest thing now is, I mean, yeah, can play some better units. Has on a roll as well. So the thing about this honor roll augment, it's really good for making these 3-star units early with 1 costs, because every time you star a unit that you've played, you get more rerolls, which is great if you're trying to start up things like Jarvan and other stuff. But also, this honor roll will help because he wants to keep leveling up his Demacia units as well. So every time he gets a 2-star Poppy, 2 stars in, whatever he gets 2 stars up, he's going to get more rerolls. He can save those or use them to keep his tempo going, and possibly eventually he could even save those and bank those for maybe he goes for 3-star Garen, 3-star Lux, something like this. Any case, very happy spot for me first or 8th.
Skana unlock. We do have an Ishtal player.
Yes, and it is okay. It is gonna be Weijin. So Weijin is saying, all right, Gamble 1 failed. Gamble 1 was augmented power. Maybe I get a prismatic. It failed. Now he's saying, oh my gosh. Did that say what I think it said? He just has to feel the Ixtal trait for 13 combats and he will have 500 shards.
And he
will have
Brock immediately.
All he needs to do is, okay, this gamble paid off
goes
huge.
for advanced loan as well, though.
So it's really funny. Advanced loan makes your next augment worse. So he's like, all right, augment gods, if you're gonna screw over my second augment, I might as well see you screw over my third. But he's basically saying, I can play an Ixtal board. If I live for 9 more turns, right? If I live for 9 more turns, I have Brock guaranteed, and I can win out. That's his theory.
Yeah.
You can try to find Brock
Sure,
too.
especially
You can
already
try to win
having
out.
that 2-star Milio and the Skarner is definitely in a good position here.
Yes, Skarner too. And the thing is, he was able to do that because of Advanced Loan. He got the extra money from Advanced Loan, and that allowed him to get some of those units, right? So that's I think why he said, I need to be strong now. I need to just survive. If I can be strong enough to survive stage 3 and stage 4, I can get to the Brock for guaranteed off of just this one quest and live. And no one can even deny it. That's the worst part for the lobby. All he has to do is play the units.
Does have some insane rewards as well.
Yes. He will get Brock. I wonder if he decides to greed and go for the 625 cash out, which is even crazier, or if he just decides to play for the 500. But either way, if he does that, he can win out.
Pokkigum has the 3-star Alawi now.
So Pocky, like I said, 3-star Alawi just so hard to defend against it because Bilgewater gives you so many units for free. And despite everyone else, like, look, JD was holding, everyone else was holding, everyone held the Alawis. It did not matter. He got that 3-star Alawi, and now Pocky's in a much better spot than before because this 3-star Alawi will do so much. It's basically a 3 cost at this point.
Yeah. Not fully itemized though, so it can get even stronger.
I mean, look at her.
You see the first slam, second slam, gets the reset.
It feels like I'm watching a Dunk Master Darius. That being said, it did lose.
It did lose out here. That is true.
Yeah, Soju's Temple Board did win. So that's actually bad news for Pocky. Pocky was probably going to hope to just win through stage 3 and stage 4, honestly, with this upgraded Alawi. But, you know, part of the reason is everyone else is playing Bilgewater to contest Pocky's spot, right? He's going to be feeling hard done about that because that means that leaves Weijin on like in free position to just win, right? Like, Weijin now is feeling really good because he's going to be guaranteed that Ixtal, and he's on a win streak as well, which he wouldn't be expected to be. He's honestly flying pretty here. Okay, yeah. Pocky's saying, I need to be strong now. All right, just give me a TF2. It's not the buffs, it's not the stat buffs, but like I need something, right? He's saying just this Bilgewater Alawi is not enough. Looks like Michael is opting towards a Void board. I mean, just a standard Void game. Nothing too crazy here. Yeah. Not too much to talk about, except for, I guess we can see Pocky's Alawi doing so much work. Even after getting CC, look at this Derek's Gauge coming through. Boom. Boom.
Ooh.
All right, so as we look at things, Weijin down to 49 health. Remember, if Weijin dies before getting that quest off, he will just be done. In fact, if even I would say that he even needs an extra turn just to pivot the board, right? Because there's this one time where he probably wants to get the Brock and then just switch to something else, is my theory. So he might need some big help to survive, but I mean, can he do it? He's not that far away. He just needs to keep his board strong enough to win maybe 3 or 4 fights in stage 4. Maybe 3 fights in stage 4, honestly, in total. Half the fights, that's all he's looking for. Right. JD here with the Ionia board, looking pretty strong. Had a pretty good streak going, had a 5 streak going, and another pause here.
Yeah, it's definitely a bold play to go for this, especially being in check. We can see if it pays off.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about being in check is that you really, really, really just want to find a line that is A, hard to stop, and B, has a really high chance of winning out even if it's a gamble. So if you lose the gamble, you don't care about placements anyway. You can go 8th or 2nd, and it's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
But what comp gives you the best chance of going first? In Weijin's case, he said first his idea was let's get the prismatic, and now his idea is all right, no prismatic, that's fine. Can we get to Brock? Right? If we can get to Brock too, we can potentially win out the whole game. That's his theory. Can he get there? Unclear. I mean, he still needs to survive 6 more fights, and it still isn't giving him that much in terms of actual, like, value. So he needs to find ways to basically just play the strongest board he can. He's even playing like a Zoe, right? He's trying to play the strongest board he can to try to scam at least 2 or 3 fights to survive, and then have enough time to pivot and roll for Brock 2.
They may not even need to pivot because they have that 2-star Nico. They could get another one quite as easily being at level 7. They have the Skarner too. Well, Skarner 1, but they have the Skarner as well. But they do have that front line they need. They could get that Nidalee.
So Nidalee, Skarner, Nidalee plus Skarner plus Brock and playing for the 5x stall. I mean, it's possible. Maybe. It's definitely possible. He would also allow him to heal off with every win. But the problem is, it's scary. It's very scary. And in the mid game right now in stage 4, he may not be that strong. So he's got to find a way to be strong despite that. Like, with the handicap of playing 3x stall units, can you still find ways to win fights? That's going to be Wei Jun's quest here for the next 6 fights. I think he needs to win at least 2. It looks like Pocky's resetting for lag again. Yeah. Looking through all the different comps, it looks like me first Wraith, pretty happy with the Sona spot. Gonna be just trying to keep the streak going.
Got Kin with the Yordles. We have another Yordle game. Love to see it.
I mean, Yordles makes sense. I think that Yordle team is probably gonna try to go into a Ziggs Rise line is my theory. I guess Kint is basically saying other people are doing the work of stopping Wei Jun and Pocky for me. I'm going to focus on trying to get as many placements as possible. He's just trying to get a nice little Rise and Ziggs, I think. JD Zelensky is just Ionia Flex.
Can get, what is that, 4th place? Or even a 3rd place here? They're also going to be in check?
Let's see. I believe so, yes. Even a 3rd place would be enough. A 3rd place would be enough. Would give him 6 points and a chance to get into check. Absolutely. So all these players are trying to figure out how to get into check. I think Soju, who's currently in with 4 points, is saying, "Look, I'm not winning this competition. I gotta stop other folks."
Yeah,
that's my theory there. It's probably gonna end up being it's gonna come down to. I think JD and Kint are playing for placements because they know they have a chance to get into check. The others are playing for stopping the others. That seems to be how it's gone for now. The only problem is, though, with that plan, is the following. Next game, if those 2 are in check, then you'll have 4 players in check. It's very hard to stop 4 players in check at that point. Not very easy. All right. We are awaiting the restart here. Just waiting on this pause. Here we go. Everyone says, it looks like folks are saying they're ready. And we are back and rolling wage. Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Right. Everyone in the all chat getting ready to play. Everyone is ready to go. We are going to unpause in just a second and get things going. Cannot wait. I mean, these guys, I will say these TFT players, they're putting on a show, and they know how to do it in Supreme style because they're putting us on our own little ad breaks, honestly, here with little pauses. They know how to keep us waiting. They want us hungry. They want us looking for more.
They do. I'm already on the edge of my seat. If I go any further, I'm falling onto the floor. Like, come on, let's go.
All right. So Wei Jun here opting to play. Yeah, just gonna play this Taric. These threat units, these Terran units, are just really good includes when you just need something that's just going to give you a little extra burst of power. It's not a trait, but it just gives you power, right? In this case, match resist for the whole team.
The chill on Zoe and being able to make someone attack slower, and just the added 10 MR, 20 MR from Taric 1 and Taric 2 can definitely help, especially with a lot of AP-heavy comps that have come out of this set.
Yes, an important interaction that you must note is, just like you mentioned, it's chill. Nico can chill units, and Zoe does extra damage to the chill units, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So, pretty important to get the chill off, I think. All
And
right.
also with the Sejuani as well, doesn't she stun for longer against chilled units?
I believe so, yes. All right, Wei Jin loses another. Now down to 38 health. He's got to find a way to survive. He needs to get to 4-6 to have a
Oh, the
chance.
prismatic augment though. That advanced loan giving Wei Jin the gold instead though.
Yeah, Wei Jin's gamble both times not paying off. That might be the worst luck, honestly, of
That
the
might
day.
be the worst luck.
It might be the worst
I
luck of
don't
the day.
know.
He said,
Disconnecting 3 times from internet failures.
I think it might be even worse here. It's got to be terrible.
This might even be bold play. It just didn't pay off.
Yep.
It was bold going for the gamble both times.
It was a
just
bold
did
play.
not pay
It was a
off.
bold play. But definitely not paying off there. All right.
I think this has to be my it's either one of the two, either unlucky or bold play here.
All right. He opts to roll down. He's saying, I gotta roll my gold. I must survive the next 5 fights to get my Brock. And I'm just gonna roll down and see what units I can play. Finds a Senna 1, finds a Tarek 2, finds a Swain, but not really that
To go
strong.
level 8 as well to unlock that set as well, only having Tarek in the front line.
Yeah, and playing down an augment, right? Playing a gold augment instead of a prismatic. I think Wei Jin might be out for this game. I don't think he has a chance to win this one.
It was definitely bold of Wei Jin. Unfortunately, it just did not pay off, losing the gamble both times. They could still stabilize upon getting 500 if they're able to survive this stage.
But I don't know if they're even going to get to 500. That's the issue. That's the real problem is you need a board that can get to 500. If you get something like a Senna 2, maybe that saves you, but I don't know. Everyone else has prismatic augments. They're going to be so much stronger. And you're just living on with 2 golds. Not even real golds because you have 2. One of them is not done an augment because you had one next to augment is 1 power higher. And the advanced loan was just money. And that money's all gone now.
They did get Jeweled Lotus 1 though. That can help getting that extra crit.
Could be something. All right, me first or 8th. Has not lost since we got that 3-star Sona 3-star dropping going. Looking very strong. Yeah, also one thing to note, with the prevalence of Bilgewater players in this lobby, me first or 8th takes a very smart decision to put that Lissandra in the way. And there's a good chance that the Fizz might get hooked on Lissandra instead of being on the Sona, which honestly made a huge difference in that fight, honestly, I think.
For sure. Wei Jin does win. Oh, never mind. I saw the tick and it turned into the cross there. 13 health, already in the danger zone.
Wei Jin might be out. And by the way, Pokygom hasn't lost much health in a while. I think Pokygom's on a win streak as well.
Still at 67 health here.
Yeah. He's got to be feeling great about his chances. Despite being contested across the board on the Bilgewater, he has managed to keep his health very high, win a bunch of fights, hit the 3-star Alawi in a pretty reasonable tempo, and is feeling pretty good about the spot. Has a chance to win the whole thing, although I will say, me first or 8th spot looks incredibly good too.
For sure.
Alright, Quintanilla going Yordles. It's probably going to be the
Money
Rise
Monsoon as well, is that?
Oh,
or is that
Money
invested
Monsoon?
there?
Yeah.
Invested.
Okay, invested. But invested in ops, just use all those that invested money now just to get to 9.
I mean, they do have the 9 rerolls already there. With the 8 Yordles, they're going to be getting those grab bags.
I think the strategy is... Yeah. I think the strategy is he wants to unlock the Ziggs this turn. And then next turn he's going to try to unlock the set, I think. And then he's going to... Or even during the neutrals he might. And then he's going to use all that... Like, he's going to be at level 9 earlier than anyone else. And he's going to use that to roll down as fast as possible and try to get Ziggs 2 before anyone else can try to contest it.
For sure. Ziggs
For
does
now,
get
though,
into
this
the
weak
back.
board.
Oh, no. Is dying.
I think this lobby is going to come down to whether me first or 8th's board ends up being strong enough to beat the eventually outscaling Pokygom Bilgewater board. Like, really, that's going to be whether the tournament ends or not, honestly.
Down to 4 here.
Wei Jin's alive. If Wei Jin lives one more fight, Wei Jin gets Brock.
Here. No
takes
gold
one
to
more
roll
fight.
anything though. Needs to get incredibly lucky with the matching our RNG here.
Man, a Skarner
I'm stumbling
2
over my
such a big
words. I'm
difference.
so excited.
A Skarner 2 would have made all the difference in this fight, but no
It
Skarner
would
2 is a
have.
huge downgrade. I think
Kin
Wei Jin
getting the
might
2-star
lose here.
Ziggs as well.
Oh boy, he's
Oh,
dead.
no.
Yeah, worst possible matchup you can get. Wei Jin's out. There's no way you beat this
Wei
Me First
Jin.
Wraith board. And that will do it for this one for Wei Jin. Yeah. I mean, there's no way you're beating this board. There's no way. This Sona, this Jarvan, it's too strong. It's actually really bad news for the rest of the lobby as well because, I mean, it's good news for the rest of the lobby in the sense that they don't want Wei Jin winning. They don't want the tournament to be over for them. But it's terrible news for probably like some of the other folks who want to actually get good placements because this board just keeps streaking, and that means Me First Wraith will get more and more gold with more chances to get Lux 2, Garen 2, all these things that he needs. So Trinton out, Wei Jin out. All right, K3 Soldier's
We do
board.
still have Pokegum in as well, being in 3rd place, sitting kind of pretty with 58 health.
Yeah, Pocky's got a chance to win. He's in check. If he can find a way to make this Leap of Faith team transition into a really strong Bilgewater team, he could win. Tom 2, some other stuff, maybe even trying to get some something else could make a difference. But the problem is, a bunch of other players in the lobby are playing Bilgewater in this game. There's an MF2 on the board for K3 Soju, taking that away from Pocky as well. Exiles, Jewel Lotus, but the prismatic version, which is much better than the gold version. Wow, even opting to roll down here is K3 Soju. I think he really wants that Fizz 2. He really wants to hit that Fizz 2 so Pocky can't get a Fizz 2 because Fizz 2 would really stabilize Pocky's board. Alright. K3 rolls into the... Oh boy, unlucky matchup. I think this Sona Jarvan is not a great matchup for Soju's board.
With the Demacian Lissandra as well.
Yeah, this is starting to look like it might just be a Me First Wraith victory, honestly. This board is getting better and better and better. I'm not sure how do you even beat this board anymore. Is Michael also losing? And Pokeyum also losing his fight.
Me First Rate getting that 2-star Garen onto the field as well.
So yeah, Michael did go for
Pocky
the Void.
opting for level 9.
Oh, okay. Level 9. What is he trying to unlock, or is he trying to? What is he trying to do? Just play another unit? Trying to try to win streak with another unit? Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. Playing Yunara alongside the TF for now. I mean, it's probably good enough. Does he want to go into like a Bilgewater Rise? Potentially. Maybe not.
Could be. Is on the wrong side, getting the Cogmore. That Kai'Sa sitting pretty in the other corner.
Yeah.
Constantly getting stronger with the Gwynzoos, the attack speed, and the Archangels.
But the Alawi is
We
leaping
do
all over
get the
the place.
Volibear.
Can Yunara kill this Kai'Sa? Not yet. And a huge swing. Pocky loses another one there. K3 Soju also losing means K3 Soju is out.
That opens up a lot of Bilgewater.
Yes. Now Pocky can roll. Like, Pocky has a lot more room to roll now. But no gold to roll is the problem. Has 26 rerolls, by the way. I think, oh my goodness.
Oh
I
my
mean,
goodness.
Okay. Do you go for, like, if I'm Pocky, do I save and then go for some sort of, like, 3-star forecast here? It could be the way to play it, right?
Could be. There is the Yunara there. On the wrong side, but there is the TF that could potentially hit this Sona in the backline.
Okay. Alawi staying alive for now. Boom, boom, boom. This is the ghost fight, so it's going to look better than a regular fight, I think. But it's still not going that well for
But
Pocky.
it is
Alawi
not.
is
It
dead.
is still just so incredibly strong. This 3-star Sona, even on the ghost.
Alright. Pocky needs to find some sort of crazy forecast 3-star. That's kind of his out here. Michael also dead on the Void. It's got to be something like this. I don't think
There's
there's
another
any other
Demacian
option.
emblem.
Yeah, Me First or Eighth. If he gets a hold of that, it's going to be over for the lobby, I think. There's a good chance. Let's see.
Kint's thinking about it. Opts to go for the Titan's Resolve here.
Okay, or yeah, even just another
Edge
item.
of
Maybe
Night.
he's saying he can't get to Demacia 11 anyway. He doesn't really matter to him. He's just saying, give me Edge of Night. Don't let my carries die. Not a bad idea, honestly. All right, GD Zelensky. It's just Yunara Flex. Yunara Flex, Ionia. Pretty reasonable
Poppy
comp. And
has
we've seen this comp,
Superstar.
honestly, get second or third many times. So definitely good from GD Zelensky just to get placements here.
Oh,
Right,
it doesn't
Poppy.
have the Serpents to get the max health.
Yeah, it would help him a ton, honestly. Wow, opts to put the 3 items onto Fizz just to try to get kills. Okay, Fizz
Is
on the correct
right
side. Fizz on the correct side. This is pretty good.
Will it jump to the Sona? It jumps
No!
to Lysandra.
Jump to Lysandra. That's the worst case scenario. And I think Pocky might just die here, possibly. How much health does he have? 17? Okay, he needs to kill at least a couple
17.
more units. It's a 7-0, I think, kills him. I think a 7-0 kills him. Yep. Pocky
taken
loses, so does not
down.
win here. So no one will win the tournament in this game. Okay. Of note, Quintanilla and JD Zelensky were the 2 other folks who had a chance of making it to check. They are both in good position to make it to check. I believe that yes, JD. I think JD has it no matter what. I think Quintanilla also has it no matter what. So next game, we will have 4 players in check. It'll be Quintanilla, JD Zelensky, it'll be Weijin and Pocky. Quintanilla did make it to the
on the wrong
Ziggs.
side here.
I think Me First Wraith is winning the lobby. I don't know that anyone's
sure.
outscaling this comp at this point.
This is some insane decision making, though. Like seeing that there are those 2 people in check and just going, you know what? Everyone else has got this. I'm doing my own thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, it makes sense though. If you're JD and Kint, basically they noticed the other players that were lower in the lobby were already like contesting the stuff that the top players were playing, and so they said, "All right, I'll use this opportunity to get my points up and get into check," and they did. I think it
And
worked.
they did, yeah.
In any case, Me First Wraith, unfortunately, even with the win, does not get to check. He will get into a good position to get to check the game after. He'll get to 18 points if he wins this, and 17 if he loses. But honestly, I don't see him losing. I think that board, like, I think this lobby was done the moment he hit both 3 stars at 3-2.
Yeah.
To be really honest.
I love seeing 1-cut 3 rolls do well in set. Let the little guys win, you know?
Yes, but I do get scared about the state of balance when that happens, because
Yeah.
there can be some pretty gnarly stuff. I mean, Construct a Companion becomes one of the best augments in the game, by the way, when that happens, by the way.
Yeah.
All right, so we're here. It's just going to be Me First Wraith, probably slowly killing away at JD Zelensky's health. This Yunara team is definitely strong. I mean, it's funny because a lot of games, because Yunara is not really that contested, Ionia is not really that contested, we've seen this board do well enough to sort of get a second or third. And it's really good for sort of scraping points over and over again consistently. But yeah, I don't know if this board can win out ever, unfortunately. Not without some pretty serious augments like Mess Hall Prismatic or something else.
Or if they get incredibly lucky and get their 3-star forecast.
I mean, true. 3-star Yunara would definitely win. That would be an option. Oh, okay. Sold for Tarek.
I mean, makes sense. Getting that extra MR.
It's an option. Yeah, it's a better tank at this point.
Opts puts that on the opposite side of the board to where he does his sit-up.
So the idea with Set is that once he leaves the board to go do setups, he still holds that spot invisibly. He's like an invisible wall. I think the idea is to say if he places that set in front there, then the Senna will never get wrapped on the other side. I think that's the theory. He also wants to place it in front of the carry so that the carry basically kills the set as fast as possible to activate the set second mode as fast as possible. Unfortunately, set did not get a cast off, so this doesn't end up making any difference, and I don't think there's anything you can do.
Yeah.
Is that a Lissandra
0
3?
gold. Was that Lissandra 3?
That's
That is a
Lissandra 3.
Lissandra 3.
That's a Lissandra 3. All right, pack it up, go home,
Yeah.
folks. Me First Wraith has this one in the bag. Looking for the Lux 3 for fun now, by the way. Just practicing those APM skills. All right, never mind. Opts against it.
Again, an insane decision making here from Me First Wraith in this game.
Honestly, I think Me First to the Wraith is the beneficiary here of some very good luck. Very much a high roll game. Like I said, if you're hitting 3-star driver and 3-star sonar on 3-2, I'd be surprised to find a game where you lose it. And I think JD knows. That's why he just keeps running up to the middle and emoting, saying, "Hey, look, the game's over. Hurry up, kill me. I'm not allowed to surrender, but if I could, I would." Letting the game go out. But yeah, this is over, and JD is done. Me First Wraith takes this one, but JD Zielinski and Quintanilla will get into check after game 4.
Insane. Oh, we had such a good game here. Unfortunately for Weijin, Iverson just not being able to get the gamble. Gambles twice and doesn't get it both times. Just, going for the improved augment for the first augment there, hoping to get the prismatic. Doesn't get it, gets the advanced loan, hoping it's then not a prismatic, into the prismatic augment. It was such a bold play, and it's so upsetting to see that it didn't pay off. But we have seen an incredible game, seeing like JD Zielinski, and you'll have to remind me of, I don't remember names. But we've got 2 more people in check here. There we go.
Now here's the thing.
Ooh.
I think Weijin's play makes so much sense, right? Again,
Yeah.
in those spots, you must play the line that is the best chance of winning out in the lobby, right? And Weijin said, look, if I manage to somehow gamble my way into a prismatic augment, right? Maybe I'm able to make it, and maybe I'm able to get use the prismatic augment to survive long enough to get this Ixtal, to get this Brock, to win out, right? Imagine if he hits some sort of crazy prismatic there. He has a chance to win the whole game, right? So it's not a bad idea. It's a good idea. Just didn't pan out this time. That's okay. Pocky, similar idea, said, look, leap of faith. Maybe this is good enough to win the lobby. It wasn't, but not a terrible idea either. But still, now it's going to get crazy. Because now, game 5, half of the lobby is in check. The game is over if any of these 4 people wins the lobby, right? So we'll see what happens next. Can't wait. Looking forward to what happens next. I think we're gonna take a quick break here, but I think this is the end of the day for me and Robin here on the desk.
Sure, for sure. I hope you enjoyed having us, because we enjoyed having you here, spectating us, spectate others. It was such a blast. I hope you enjoyed. You'll see us around, though. Don't you worry.
Absolutely.
And again, thank you to the Gal team for allowing us to do this.
Big shout out to the Gal team. It's been a great weekend here of co-streaming, but don't scroll away. When we come back, it's gonna be Domino, it's gonna be Twonky taking you through the insane, intense, and dramatic ending to this day 3 of the Shurima Cup. Don't you go anywhere. See you after this break on Guardian Angel League.
Oh my god, hi.
Hello everybody. Welcome. We're prepping for our next game. I'm super excited. I got to watch some of the stream earlier. Those games are getting pretty intense. I think that these last couple games of the night are also going to be really good, and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the state that everything is in right now is super hype. What's also very hype is now that I'm actually seeing what's going on your camera, I'm so happy. It looks so good. You look amazing.
Pulled out the Nico. I'm really hoping that we get some cool Ixtal. I know that last game it was so close. We almost got the big payoff, but we weren't quite there. I'm hoping next game.
I'm sure this is gonna manifest it. Yep. 100%. Oh my goodness. Yes. Other than that, I do think that seeing how the games have been so far, we're really close to end of tourney. This has potential to be last game. It maybe isn't, but it's looking pretty likely.
Yeah. It looks like the top players are definitely having really good showings in every single game that we're seeing. Like Pocky there with, what is that, 4 points? Like, that's a lot. And that
it is. Oh my god, that's a big road ahead. I mean,
yeah,
and then
absolutely.
You know, I guess it could go all the way to game 8, but Pocky does need to place first. Like, they need a win. They need a win. They need to get to the end of one of these games, and then we'll be able to close it out potentially.
And I'm hoping it'll be with Ixtal.
Yes, absolutely.
And that'll be our first place, and that'll be our finisher, and it'll be.
That would be great. I think other than that, like, there's a lot of good plays that we've seen so far, and also coming from, you know, all of these pro players who are now having a bit more time to take a look at the comps. I mean, obviously, Bilgewater Flex we've seen multiples of in every single game.
Yeah. I know that we talked about it a little bit on day 1, but these players, you were absolutely right. They did not have a whole lot of time to play the patch at all before.
No.
And they, like, only playing 2 days or something on this patch and still trying to figure it out while also playing an event like this is really stressful. And I think it adds a really cool dynamic. It's a lot of fun to watch people figure things out in real time, because you're seeing somebody get beat by something in one lobby and then they're taking what they learned into the next one. And it's been super cool to see that, but I can understand how that can be really stressful as a player.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing some comps here with some incredible stats like the Ziggs Flex. 72% top 4 rate is incredible, but also the count is super low. Like, making it to the Ziggs Flex feels kind of impossible,
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot of road to go, especially in a lobby in which, especially now that we're on the final lobby, there are some players who know they're not walking away with the competition, and they're playing to contest. They're playing to elongate the tournament. They're playing to make sure that, like, with more time, maybe they can have more odds. So it's kind of interesting to see when the players start veering away from their own points and more so to take away from other players as well.
Yeah, 100%. Sometimes when you're at this point in the tournament, when the points look like they do, it's just the best play that you can make is to kind of stall and drag things out and see where you can end up. And it's like, I'm not winning right this second, but maybe there's something I can do to kind of better my odds and maybe change the tide a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, Pocky must be feeling kind of stressed out, and people must be, keeping an eye out for his board and what he's doing.
Absolutely. Like, we are in game now, and we've got a TK encounter. That's,
I believe that's gold. Yes.
Yeah, it is. It's gold every round, and that really is going to kind of accelerate things. And I think that it's a fitting encounter to have for a game that's already got so much betting on it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be, I do think with all of that gold, it's going to be very tempo oriented. Trying to find the right balance between, making tons of money and being able to go 9 fast.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you were talking about before with these Ziggs Flex, it's so strong, and we see a lot of people who are trying to play into it, and you're just not really able to get there.
Mm.
And so maybe a little bit of extra gold gives you some of the wiggle room that you need to be able to make something like that happen.
Yeah, I think that like to some extent, having this Tom Kenshin counter is going to make it so that you might also see more players getting baited
Mhm.
towards these higher tier comps as well. No, but it's super real because like if I'm playing a game and I'm seeing like, hey, loot subscription, crab rave, I'm gonna have this bigger income, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, this is a line where I can play Ziggs. I'm going to have the funds for it. Pick your augments, pick your stuff. But then maybe you can't make it there anyways. Maybe your tempo isn't high enough if you're trying to make that money thinking that you're going to play these, high cost legendary boards. And then you're just not stable and you fall off. And I think that's something that we've seen recurrently throughout the past 2 days.
Yeah,
There might be an interest here in going for one of those lower cost comps and being a lot more stable and keeping all of that HP.
yeah, absolutely. I think that that's something that I fall into personally a lot of the time, where I'm playing in these games where everything is so accelerated and like everybody else is also accelerated. And sometimes you forget that, and it's easy to kind of feel really strong, but everybody's board is really strong.
Hmm. Yeah, I agree entirely. I'm looking at these gold augments coming out. I'm interested, sorry. I mean, obviously we see like 3 picks for some emblems with how strong the emblems are. But also we are seeing Chunnington with the solo leveling, I believe, which is going to be interesting. See if they have a unit that's going to be able to carry them. Oh, Briar too with Sterak's? This is an amazing spot. Wow. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't think like that. It feels good.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, the solo leveling buffs are huge. And being able to get on that Rek'Sai immediately, which is probably the biggest danger right here to the Briar. Oh, the target change is bad.
Yeah.
It's a
The
shame. I do believe against most boards, this Briar isn't going to have much issues.
yeah, he has a lot of resilience. Just playing into a lot of other things. The aggro drop with the Rek'Sai really kind of messes you up there.
Yeah, absolutely. The Invoker emblem here for Michael is interesting. That could be easily like a Lysandra line.
Yeah, for
Although
sure.
we've seen that the Lysandra line hasn't ended super well. I mean, we saw Soju play it twice with not too much success today, although a lot of success yesterday. Um, we'll see what how it goes. There is, you can always put that Invoker emblem on a Volley Bear, and he kind of goes infinite.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, it feels like Invoker has been really popular kind of mid game and then it's falling off later. And so it's just making sure that you feel like you have a board that you can cap out and feel comfortable late game if you're going to try and play that now.
yeah, it's definitely outscaled by most late game boards. But I do think that if you make the right items, you can probably fairly easily make the transition from a Lysandra board to maybe an Azir Seraphine board or a Ziggs board or even Rise if you manage. I mean, with all of these emblem augments, there is definitely a chance.
Yeah, I agree. I think that with all of the buffs that they've had to emblems and they're so much more popular that hopefully we get some more rise. I think that's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And try to fit as many regions in as possible for all the buffs.
Yeah.
Big math. Do have a little bilge opener for Weijin here. I mean, sticking to the safe plays. It's not a bad thing, and I do believe that it's not triple contested here for once, which is
Right, like we were seeing earlier with some of those stats for the comps that have been played throughout the event thus far, it was so much bilge water. There was a lot.
I mean, I might be a little bit wrong, but if I remember correctly, it was 62 counts of Bilgewater being played, and the next most common comp was Demacia with 30. It's double the amount, which is
Right.
insane from first to second comp most played, right?
Yeah, for sure. That's a huge difference, and it just really shows you that like Bilgewater wasn't I mean, obviously not this popular before the patch, and then after the patch, even having only 2 days to kind of get used to it, it seems like every single player is in agreement that, like, this is strong, this is a line that's playable almost no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if there's going to be an aspect, you know, as a season goes on or as the patch goes on post-tourney, if, you know, because the Bilgewater board itself hasn't changed. It is stronger now, it's buffed, but the units that you play on your board are not different. So it's a line that people are already well used to, comparatively to some other boards that they're just not built the same, right?
Right.
It's not the same units that you use. I mean, reroll Ishtal was not a thing before. So there's probably also the aspect that Bilgewater is stronger now, but also it's comfortable, right?
Yeah.
And I wonder if later on we're gonna get to the point where it's not considered, you know, the most OP thing, having had more time to experiment with everything else.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that's so interesting about playing on a brand new patch and seeing what, like, the best players that the Americas have to offer and what they're deciding to play based on essentially just patch notes. They've had a couple of days to practice, but a lot of it is just kind of theory crafting what they think is going to be good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even just during the Gal interview that we had recently with Ripple Overdrive, I mean, he was saying that they had the chance to play a couple of games, but for the most part, it was discussing amongst yourselves, like, okay, is this good? Is this not good? It's not a whole lot of games played. It's not a lot of practical things. And I'm seeing in chat right now, like, in all region stats, it was like 169 bilge and 70-ish the next one. That sounds about right. You know, I was watching AMER this morning, and it was absolutely the same thing. It's just overpowering completely.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be really interested to at some point see stats of these players who are, like, in the same study group circles and that kind of thing, who are like talking things over together and seeing what their comps and how similar they ended up being.
Right, if there's a big gap between the chosen comps of the different study groups.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that could be super cool.
That could be super interesting. Yeah.
Yeah,
100%.
someone get on it.
I think that's a good idea. That's giving us some clues to what to do next, you know?
Absolutely.
I like from Michael here, though, that we're seeing the Invoker spat stay, and we've got the LeBlanc out now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen this LeBlanc, kind of even just a LeBlanc too, feels like she does a lot of work. Like,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Very strong unit for a 2 cost, especially when...
A 3 cost.
Sorry, that's what I meant. When she feels
You're
easy
good.
to kind of flex into things also.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels pretty adaptable in the sense that you can build on her anything that's, you know, AP attack speed, and it's fine. It works. It'll keep you stable-ish for stage, you know, end of stage through 2, early stage 3. And just Noxus on your board in general is just not bad, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely. Just the extra unit, even just another body, feels really good. And it's kind of what we had talked about before with that, like, mid-game Invoker, and she is a great item holder for a lot of units down the line.
Yeah, 100% agreed. Looking at Soju here, we're playing Ionia. I know that this is a comfortable line for Soju. We've seen Soju play a lot of Ionia during this tourney. You know, we just took a look at the path of, I believe, Blades for the extra attack. And honestly, this one's not great, if you ask me. I think in lobbies like these, you know, you're really looking for the XP, you're really looking for, like, maybe the gold.
Right.
Something that'll help boost you. Unless, you know, maybe we do already have the upgraded Yasuo, so there's a chance that we're looking at playing into the Yone. That'll be interesting with the Ionia spat.
Yeah, I mean, the Ionia spat. Ionia is already fairly easy to hit. You're, like, full prismatic Ionia vertical, but having the spat just makes it happen even sooner and less worry about actually hitting your units.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at Pokegom here that we have to watch closely. 100 streaking. I like the Demacia spat. I'm a little afraid of trying to force Demacia just because it's not bad, but if you can't get your units early enough, like we're gonna struggle being stable. But the
Yeah.
early hit on the Swain makes a massive difference for sure.
Right. The early Swain is a lot, and absolutely the fear with Demacia is just kind of not hitting
Yeah.
your units later in the game.
I mean,
But I
there's
think that-
arguably an angle here with all the extra gold from the TK encounter that you could play for Silas as well.
Yeah, for sure. And also with like 100 streaking, you have a lot of HP to play with if something
Mhm.
does start not going your way.
Yeah. Looking at Quintanilla's board here, it's a little scary, I think, as a spot, because we've got a Juggernaut and Quick Striker emblem, which, me personally, if I'm looking at those emblems,
Mhm.
that screams Bilgewater to me, not Yordles, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Sure, the Juggernaut is nice with the Poppy, but other than that, I'm not sure that we have the necessary items for this Yordle board. I'm hoping that it's a play of like trying to find a bit of stability and trying to go fast into Ziggs, but we're losing so much HP so quickly.
Yeah. The HP is really a worry. The front line just doesn't seem like it's doing enough, and it's not a great position that I would enjoy playing from for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, I mean, once you start rolling your Yordles, you feel stuck, right? It feels bad to pivot out when you already have an upgraded board of Yordles.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you get a lot of that. What, like sunk cost fallacy? I've spent so
Yeah.
much time working on this board, I should just stick it out. And
Yeah, when, it's not necessarily the right
Yeah.
play, but it feels wrong, right?
yeah, I mean, sometimes Riot smiles upon you and gives you exactly what you need. So maybe
That's true.
we're about to see some crazy Yordle plays.
Bakugam did lose their 100 streak. The Garen hit over here for Michael is interesting.
Yeah.
Oh wow, Zoe too. Invoker Emblem.
Yeah.
It's got to deal some damage for sure.
Absolutely, and that front line is looking pretty beefy also.
Yeah, 100%. I do think that without the Loris 2 here, it would look a little worse, but it's going to
Right.
make a lot of difference when he just grabs the aggro from everybody else. Yeah, look at that Zoe's mana go. No items, so just the
Yeah,
Invoker
wow.
spat, and it's just cast, cast, cast. Go to sleep.
Yeah. I mean, the damage output is really good.
Yeah.
even-
I mean, just from being a Targon unit,
Yeah.
being given a trait.
Yeah, no, that's huge for sure.
Belveth doing Belveth things on 3-5. Wonderful. It looks really good for me for Wraith. Ooh. This is interesting. This
Right.
Spreading Roots is almost an insta-click. Yep, there we go.
Mhm.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Well, that's really good.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. All right.
Right then. Okay, tailored. Tailored
Yeah.
and scripted, you know?
Yeah,
Ooh,
oh my
we do
gosh.
see the Lowy 3 come out for Vision.
Oh yeah, here we go.
I'm curious to see if this is going to turn into a Rise Bilgewater board or just straight Bilgewater.
Mm-hmm.
I do know that the Illaoi 3 is more common with the Rise variant,
Right.
but we'll see. Got to hit first.
Yeah. I mean, that Alawi is really tanky.
Really chunky. Belveth has been slapping at her
Yeah.
for the longest time.
And it was not doing enough.
Yeah.
Oh, a couple of Zon units.
A little
That's
bit of
pretty
Echo
good.
reroll
Yeah.
over here for me for Suraith.
I played a little bit of Echo Reroll, and I thought it was a lot of fun. I had a great time, but I was also hitting everything that I wanted. But we are
Yeah.
just like one off of this.
I'm curious as to why we don't use the dupe here.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, like, we've already sacrificed a couple units, right? We missed out on
Mm-hmm.
some Mundos and Nikos, and I
Right.
feel like we need the bench space. Oh.
Ooh. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Okay.
All right.
Well then, does
That's
everybody get 5
a
belts?
lot of belts. Yeah. All
Yeah.
right. Well.
Well then. Sure,
Okay.
man. Okay, surely here we make the echo. Please.
Yeah, I
Nope.
feel like.
Okay.
Okay.
I
That's
guess we're
fair.
trying to keep it for the...
You can definitely hold it from the Mundo, especially when you're only looking for one. But I don't know what else you're using them on.
Yeah.
I guess it's Nico, and now it's Vi. I mean, I'm greedy, so I will hold on to them, like, to try and hit everything, but I don't know that that's always the correct play.
I mean, this looks really good.
Yeah.
I'm happy that we're seeing a bit more Zon on this patch, because it was very put to the side previously.
Definitely.
And I mean, even though Jinx isn't like a terrible unit, you kind of need an incredible setup to play her
right.
effectively, and it's just so hard to get.
Yeah, I feel like Jinx has felt lackluster just because of how much like resources you have to put in to kind of make her feel like she's actually doing a lot.
Yeah, agreed, absolutely.
I like the double Warmogs on there though, because I mean, what else do you do with 5 belts?
If you have Pandora's items there, you're
That's
happy.
true.
But
Yeah, absolutely.
not that anybody has it, but you know, in theory.
Mm-hmm.
Wasion's board looks pretty good. I do think that we're maybe very slightly behind tempo, but not much.
Right.
I mean, at this point, I think it's kind of just a question of going 9.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to make some money and keep going.
This Alawi is just huge.
Yeah. The amount of damage she's just...
Yeah, no, she's
down, though.
Yeah.
It's not enough. I mean, JG Zelensky does have the static shiv, which I think is doing wonders.
Yeah, for sure. It's also, now that everybody has 5 belts, your frontline doesn't mean as much.
That is
It's
true.
like, you have these huge tanks, absolutely, and then double Warmogs on them for sure does a lot. But now you had these comps that were like a little bit further behind and had a strong backline, but like a pretty sparse frontline, and now you've got like double Warmogs on them even, and you're just buying so much more time for the damage. But we do have a Ziggs 2 here, which is
That's big.
kind of insane.
I'm a little confused why we didn't buy the Volibear. I think it would have been completely reasonable to play that over the Shyvana. I know you lose Juggernaut, but come on, is that really doing anything for you right now?
Right.
When we have, you know, 2-star Wukong with a bunch of items.
Oh, the Fizz right onto Ziggs is a little bit scary, but he doesn't quite finish the job, so we're all right.
We're okay. Big damage outputs too, and I mean, Quintanilla needs these wins because that's it. That's one life, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really spooky position to be playing from, but you are hitting your units now. You've got your Ziggs 2, you've got kind of this like more stable backline, and it's just about positioning, making sure that you're not going to get Rek'Side or Fizzed, and sticking it out as long as you can.
Taking as much time as possible. I see that Soju is sitting on a spat there. I'm assuming trying to get another Ionia spat. That's my thought.
Right.
To be able to play the 7 without having 7.
Right, and he's got the belt.
I thought it was a rod.
It is, you're absolutely right. I'm thinking of what's it called?
Bruiser.
Yeah.
Yep.
No.
Wation here hits the Kindred. I really like the Volibear here with the good items, but I am a little worried that we're not seeing Misfortune 2.
Mm-hmm.
JD Zielinski just hits TF3 with the ship.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Fizz 2 as well. We're getting some items on Misfortune. We got the Tom Kench out.
Yeah,
It
I
looks
could
pretty
start
good.
feeding the fish.
Feed the fish. Unbench the Kench. Yeah. I mean, that Echo is doing numbers, though, on Me First or Eighth, but it's just not quite enough.
Yeah, oh my gosh. That's also really tanky Nico.
Oh, yeah. A Nico 3 with all of those belts we got?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. Could we take a look at Quintanilla's first augment? Savings account.
Yeah.
Ah, so we got money for our roll down when... Got it.
Right. I mean...
That makes sense. I do like this. I don't mind it at all. The Ionia spot is a little lost. I'm not sure why we're playing a Caitlyn. I guess for the long shot.
Right.
Which is good, but at the same time, it's like in boards like these, you're kind of... Every, quote-unquote useless unit that you play is kind of a shame.
Right. I mean, my assumption would be was looking for any long shot unit put in. But
That's very fair. I mean, is it that, or are we trying to play it because it also gives us Piltover? I'm not sure that we're getting a ton of value out of Piltover.
Right.
Although, it is the stun,
yeah,
the caliber
I guess
nets.
it's kind of a question of if like the Piltover stun is worth more to you than having a maybe slightly better unit, but
Yeah.
not having the utility from the Piltover.
Like, I would totally consider playing, like, maybe Kaisa and, Cho'Gath, considering we have the Juggernaut spat.
Right.
Sojo's spot here is interesting. The volley is doing, God's work out here, but...
Yeah. I do like the going for Bruiser, especially when we got all of those belts earlier. That kind of just makes everybody really big.
A 5 Ionia. The Rise comes out, but we don't have the greatest items ever.
Yeah. We are one off of the set and one off of the Volibear.
There we go.
Yep, there he is.
Set. Oof. That's kind of rough.
I mean, another belt, why
I
not?
think here you reforged a chain, and yeah, there we go. I.e. the set, double Shojin, the Rise. I mean, it's not bad. Why not?
Yeah.
Man, the Volibear in the back line is always...
Yeah, he's doing a lot. Oh my gosh.
Look at the attack speed on that set.
Yeah.
That's insane. That is Me First or Eighth that is going to take defeat here.
Yeah.
JD Zielinski's looking good, but we do need to feed the fish. There we go.
Yeah. I like Bilgewater. I think it's so fun to watch because of the little shop also, and that you have a lot of potential to hit something really cool.
Yeah, seen a lot of like Bilgewater with, you know, hitting Fizz 3 or MF3 just because of the build shop. When you can
Right.
when you can stabilize early enough, you kind of just have money to spend for fun,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Looking at
Wow.
the everything here,
these-
that Belveth is just
Yeah, she
Holy.
is slapping away. I feel like we've had a couple of Void games, but we haven't seen, or I haven't seen, a whole bunch of it, which I do think is a shame because I mean, I'm partial to Void in almost every set. I think that it's always really fun to play.
That's very fair. I think we saw a decent amount of like Kaisa yesterday, or like people
Yeah.
will play Void early to
Yeah,
mid
not
game
like-
and then move over
Yeah.
to Fizz. Right, we
Yeah,
did see one or
absolutely.
two Baron games yesterday, I think, but that's about it. Pocky with the 2-star Azir, I'm seeing,
Yeah, oh my gosh.
but this Rise board is interesting. And since Rise is technically from all regions, he can hold the Bilgewater emblem, not emblem, item.
Right, yeah.
Just super interesting. That's not something I would have thought about necessarily.
Yeah, that's a really cool idea. I like that.
And we ate the set. Love it when that happens.
Yeah. Rise is
Having
doing
the
a lot
execute
here, though.
on the Rise is
Yeah, absolutely.
Feed your Kench? Yes, Catherine, I agree. How
Always
dare
feed the
he go
fish.
hungry? It's another Void spat. I do know that somebody had already won. Could be a free +2,
Right,
but it's not looking too attractive.
yeah.
Chunnington in first for now, and also the only person that has any money to roll. But also level 8 while everybody else is level 9. I will say Michael
Right.
looks a little rough at level 8, 0 gold, 3 loss streak. I'm not sure how you
Yeah,
get out of that
it
spot.
is looking a little spooky. There's not a whole lot that you can do from that.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, Pocky still looks good. Because obviously if Pocky wins the game,
Right.
the tournament ends, you know?
Yep.
But we'll see, we'll see. I think this Wasian's board looks really good.
Yeah, that Rise just does so
That's just
much.
numbers, and the Alawi just does not die with the gunblade there.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Lucky over here has a decent board. Yeah, I think getting rid of the Zillion is the right play. We do have Galio too, which is huge. I'm sure the
Right.
Kindred is putting out numbers. I think we're just I'm not sure what's wrong with this board. I guess the burst isn't high enough on the Lux, maybe.
Right.
Right? We're like we've got a bit of burn and stuff, but it's not we're not one-shotting
Yeah.
backline units, you know?
Right, yeah.
And we're getting fizzed also.
Yeah. She's just not touching that
Yeah.
Rise in the back, though. And when she does, he heals instantly with the gunblade.
Yeah. I mean, the Kindred's doing a lot of work, but it's just not enough. And that's Pocky out, Chunnington out.
Wow.
Okay. Well, this ain't the last game yet.
There we go. We get at least one more.
At least one more. Yeah. I like Soju's board as well. I mean, that barcode health bar on the Wukong.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
But
I do really like the playing the bruisers, especially after getting all of those belts and everything. I think that that's
Yeah,
a great use of the resources that you were given.
agreed. I do think that, you know, the Disruptor emblem is nice and all, but I think we need some damage items on this Rise now. So hopefully, after this roll down, we'll be able to make some changes.
Right. Oh, that is a bully 2, though. And a Ziggs 2. Those upgrades feel pretty good. I was gonna say, at what point do you start putting those items on your Ziggs 2?
This point, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage out from the Ziggs. Oh, wow.
I think we, I think there's a chance of Soju running away with this.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very strong board.
We are confirming currently, but I do believe that Weijin and JD Zelensky are both in check as well. I'm not sure. Let me check how many points they're at before I start saying something that isn't right. But after this game,
mealless.
JD Zelensky and Weijin will both are now officially in check.
Oh.
So
right.
starting from next game, if Weijin, JD Zelensky, or Pocky wins, that'll be the end.
Wow.
Yep. Look at this Fizz.
He is hopping.
He's dodging.
Ooh, you're two fish.
Big fish, big fish. That's JD Zelensky out as well with that round. Down to Weijin and Soju.
I think that these are the two boards that we're most excited about anyway, so
Yeah,
can't be too
agreed.
mad about it.
So, I was wrong earlier. Weijin's already at 20 points. He's at 22.
Oh.
If
Yeah,
Weijin
yeah.
wins, that's the end.
Oh yeah, they've got I see it on the
little crown on the
graphic now.
overlay.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Oh my goodness. And it's looking good, too.
Yeah, this Rise is just, the damage output is crazy.
Soju's on 2 lives.
Yeah, and then with the Gunblade, like, the front line cannot die. It's...
So I think with the
Wow.
top 3 that we had, the only way for this not to be the last game was for Soju to win.
Oh yeah,
Um,
right.
wow, okay. Let's see if Soju can do it. This is this is just a positioning contest at this point.
That's what I was gonna say. What do you think you do if you're Soju in this situation?
Can we take a look at Soju's board before fight starts? I mean,
Oh, it's a Rise 2 and shock though.
yeah, you can't make it though.
Yeah, that is so very sad.
Oh no. And I don't think it's gonna be enough because, like,
No.
I mean,
The set
okay,
is
the set
off pretty
procs
quick. Yeah.
early, which is good.
It's just that. Oh, and he's gonna ult TK.
Yeah,
That's
but it's not enough. The volley bear's
is
doing
not
too much.
close. That volley bear is
And with
massive,
that,
and just in the back line. Oh my
Weijin
gosh.
runs away with the whole thing. Oh my
Wow.
goodness. What a game!
Yeah. those
Holy.
last two boards were so fun to watch. Those were
Yes.
I think it was kind of what we had talked about before with the extra gold from the TK encounter, allowing these players to get to those like Rise 2 and all of these like, I mean, 7 costs and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean,
And just really,
it was just rigs on both sides, right? Like, it's just, oh my goodness.
absolutely. Yeah, and people were hitting also, which
Yeah.
sometimes you're just stuck with your sad little tier 1, but no, people were hitting, and it was a slugfest.
It was a
towards the end.
slugfest, but I will say, like, I am curious to see what would have happened if Soju could make that rise too, because I think it would have made a
Yeah.
difference. It's interesting. I mean, huge for Weijin. I do believe that this puts him as the winner, as we now have a win above 20 points.
Yeah.
If I'm looking at the score sheet right now,
Right.
that's right. That's incredible. And you know, we didn't get
Yeah.
an Ishtal last game winner, but
Unfortunate.
that's okay. But I do think that finishing it on a Rise game feels very appropriate.
Yeah, that
you know, like
counts.
7 cost, as many
Absolutely.
as many,
yeah.
you know, emblems and regions as possible. It's a good way to end it, a good comp to end it. For sure.
Yeah, for sure. Especially because it was like, this was not something that people were playing before, and it feels very, like, of the patch, and I really like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Ah, yes, we
There
can
we
see some
go.
Weijin stats here. Wow. Those are some good stats. I mean, everybody knew that he was, or that he is a front runner for the tourney because, you know.
Yeah, I mean, he's just always been very dominant in, like, everything that he's playing.
Yep. I mean, average placement that is above 4 is always, you know.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
always
that
love
always
to
feels
see
really great.
that,
yeah,
for sure. Wow. And I mean, 20% win rate is massive as well. The more I look at that, it's 1 out of 5
Yeah.
games that you're going
That's-
first. That's huge. That's
Absolutely.
massive.
Yeah. I think that really speaks to players who, like, are able to really be tapped into the game and know the tiny micro things that you might not necessarily think of every time to just get, like, the slight advantages that are getting you these wins.
Yeah, this is absolutely gorgeous. And I mean, it was such a performance from him, like, throughout the multiple days. We've just seen, like, so many good games from him, you know, whether it's a win or not. Like, I don't remember seeing him, like, make a misplay, you know, like a big
Right.
misplay. Like, I'm pretty sure he went 8th, like, playing Ishtal or something, but I'm pretty sure that's also because Crazy Cat was
Right, I do remember
ruined
that
the
game.
10 loss streak. And I mean, that's not your fault, you know?
Right.
That's not necessarily
Absolutely.
a bad play. That's just unfortunate you
Yeah.
couldn't get it done. But every other game was just like huge play after huge play, right? And I think that's a very well-deserved win for him.
Absolutely. Very deserved win. The games were incredible. Today especially was really kind of edge of your seat for a long time. There's a lot going on. It was great. It was a great event as a whole. Had
As
a lot of
always,
fun
yeah.
watching it.
Absolutely. And I think like I think we're very lucky to be able to have this observer slot and take a look at all of these things, because one of the advantages of, you know, the co-stream and everything is that most of the co-streamers are the players or people who do a lot of content, like kind of for themselves. So it's nice to have kind of like groups that are co-streaming as well, because we do have this observer slot and we're able to kind of like talk off each other, and I don't know, it's really great to see those things.
Absolutely. And we are so very grateful for every single person who has donated their time to be here and help us put on the production and everything.
Yes,
I'm
and
so
speaking
grateful
of
to
production,
everybody.
we've got our scoreboard.
Oh, here it is. Yes.
Wow.
There we go.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you know, it's got to be a little bit heartbreaking for Pokygum to be like, man, I have more points.
Absolutely.
Couldn't
Also,
pull the
just
first, though.
Pocky going into that final lobby, like, the lead was big. There were, like, it was a 4-point lead. There was a lot Granted, like a win over 20, whatever. But like strictly looking at the points, it would have been a big lead to try and overcome going into
Yeah,
the final games.
Absolutely. And then I would like to make a mention that if we look at the total tournament points, JG Zielinski is miles ahead from everyone.
Oh wow.
So I think that
Yeah.
maybe, you know, if we're looking at maybe just a today performance kind of thing, it might have just been not the best day for JD Zielinski, which is unlucky, man. But you got so many points in that tournament. Top 3. It's
Absolutely.
huge. All of our players
Yeah.
did so good. Crazy games, honestly, all around. We saw some cool stuff. Some 10 Ionia. We saw some 10
Yeah.
Noxus, 10 Bilge. Like,
Yeah.
or Star
I
Belvet
really-
a couple games ago.
Yeah, I love seeing people play the verticals like that because I feel like a lot of their time they're not actually that feasible to like go to this 10 Bilgewater, 10 Ionia, that kind of thing. It really takes a special game to be able to do that, and we got quite a few of them in this event, and that was a lot of fun.
Yeah. I think also that we did want to talk about a little bit a fun little video that we made that you can find on our YouTube. I had that chance yesterday to interview Ripple Overdrive, talk a little bit about the tournament, about his background, about the new patch also. It was a really fun conversation to have. It was just a nice little side chat before day 2 began, and now that the tournament's ended, we hope you will enjoy it. So please make sure to go take a look at it. Other than that, about the end of the tournament, there is a ton of things to talk about, but the main thing that I want to ask you and that I want to ask chat is, what do you think was the best play? Who made the right choice?
I mean, it's really hard to pick just because of how good those games were and how close some of them were to where the players are making these like last minute decisions that are winning them games and that kind of thing. But I feel like I don't know if I can pick. Do we have anybody in chat?
Yeah, we need some ideas. We need some ideas. I'll say that out of my I think yesterday we saw had a crazy pivot board. We did see some crazy Demacia pivot boards for sure. That was kind of incredible how like crazy how crazy quick these players are making their transitions, right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, maybe like some of the best decisions out there was, I would say, kind of picking those flexible augments. You know, we know the emblems are strong. You have to take them.
Yeah.
100%.
I do think that was really cool this game because it opens you up to Rise, and obviously that's like the big, you're winning out with that comp. These were both of our top 2 comps were playing Rise, and so choosing to take those augments that are giving you these emblems early and like not knowing what they're going to be but still committing to playing whatever you get because you're playing for this like super capped out Rise board at the end. I mean, it's super fun to watch, and obviously it's working out.
Yeah. I am liking what we're seeing in chat. You know, what's the best play? Playing Bilgewater. I believe it. I'm here for it. I mean, that's, you know, with 62 and counting, that sounds about right.
I was gonna say, I think a lot of the players would agree with you based on some of the stats that we've been seeing earlier.
Yeah. Oh, I do also like playing spoiler as best decision when it's your tourney life. GG Soju. That's super fair. I mean, dude, top 2 playing, you know, both Rise Zigs. That is a spoiler game gone good. You know? It's definitely...
Yeah, absolutely.
So many good decisions. I mean, we've also had some talks about what could be, you know, the boldest plays or the worst luck. Rest in peace, Quintanilla with the power going out. That was super unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
just a
I
shame
think
it happens.
one of the other bad luck ones that I liked was what we were talking about before, where we almost had that Ixtal play that got shut down with just the full open forting that turned into like a third place also, which I was super surprised by.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that with all of that, we're pretty much ready to close out for the day, and not just for the day, for the tournament. Before we go, we do have some wonderful shout outs to give. First of all, as usual, as always, everybody at Gal, we have Laura and Catherine doing so much work behind the scenes, behind the stream. Thank you, Twanky, and thanks you so much to Hachi and Robin who started us off earlier today, and to everybody else that's been doing so much hard work both for the tournament and for our usual tourneys. So big shout out to everybody. And yeah.
Yes. Huge thank you to everybody also who watched us. Obviously, this is our first time doing any kind of co-streaming, and I know that we had a lot of fun, and so I hope all of you did as well. And thank you for watching.
Yeah, absolutely. And come back soon because we'll be here for the next Pro Circuit Cups as well. You'll find us. We're not going anywhere. So we hope to see you soon. And thank you so much for being here with us.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.